Just waiting for folks to file in. Today, we're going to try to do an open conversation, not really a topic set up, and an open conversation means exactly that. No script, no predetermined conclusions or interviews or anything. Just kind of freestyling it. So call in. I got the link up. So if you want to call in, strike up a conversation. I had a few ideas, from everything I've been looking at this week, on the YouTubes, like consciousness stuff, philosophy stuff, like Orc theory by Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff, looking at different ideas about epistemology, things like that, just going through a whole lot of stuff. So I thought I'd open it up. So it always goes back. What is the physical? What is consciousness? Is the mind produced by the brain, or is consciousness more fundamental than matter? Is physicalism the best explanation of reality? Is idealism, dualism, non-dualism, neutral monism, or other perspectives better equipped to explain metaphysically these sort of things? I want to hear your opinions and all of that stuff. Can science, the methodology of exploring behaviors and patterns and regularities, fully explain consciousness? Or is there some sort of explanatory gap that's always spoken of that remains unresolved? We can discuss it all. We can discuss near-death experiences. I was having a conversation about that earlier. I did used to do investigative work for, the International Association of Near-Death Studies. So I have a lot of, knowledge about that kind of stuff that I can bring to the table. We can talk about afterlife claims, religious experiences, skepticism, naturalism versus supernaturalism, the reliability of beliefs, the reliability of what we call knowledge. All of these are really good topics, that people engage in when you start discussing philosophy and things like that. People often think that they're arguing about evidence when maybe they're actually arguing about the lenses through which evidence should be interpreted. So it's a little off the data points and into that. The physicalists may look at the same data and see brain processes generating consciousness. That's their interpretation. The idealists may see the same shit and see consciousness expressing itself through those observed brain processes. The skeptic may see uncertainty. A religious person may see, purpose and teleology. Naturalists may call it emergence, whatever that might mean. And often the disagreement isn't about what we observe, it's about, what we think the observation really means, right? The interpretation. So today, I'm encouraging callers not just to defend particular positions, but to really explore them. Let's break it down. Let's tie it all together. I'll try to be as challenging as I can, on my part. And please feel free to challenge any things I put forth, which, I lean idealism, and I'm willing to talk about that. Non-dualist idealism, that is. So don't be afraid to challenge my views. I'm not hurt. Don't be afraid to challenge each other or your own assumptions, for that matter. Some of the most interesting sort of conversations always tend to happen when we discover that the being we were most certain about isn't quite as settled as we thought, or the thing, or the epistemology, or the object of whatever it is you're talking about. It isn't as certain as you may have thought. And that's sort of a interesting thing that happens. So, man, if you're a physicalist, please call in. If you're an idealist, call in. If you're a dualist, non-dualist, a skeptic, you're religious, Christian, Muslim, an agnostic, someone who simply doesn't know what to think, just call in, man. We can talk about anything. It's what I like to do on my Saturday early in the afternoon, man. It's been part of my routine for the week, and I love it. The goal here isn't really to win anything. We're really just here to understand stuff, right? And more importantly, to understand why intelligent people can look at the same world and come away with radically different conclusions about what reality fundamentally is. So grab your coffee, settle in, let's have some deep conversations. Welcome to the Mirror Point, where reality checks itself. And I'll go ahead and bring my first guest to the stage. And that would be Miss Nell. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. I'm all hyped up on coffee, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to get. You know what? I didn't brew my coffee before I started. I just jumped in, and so a little later I have to do that. But I do have my water. hmm So yeah, we got the favorite subjects going on, Joel. Um, where shall we start? I wonder. Um, I know me and you were talking a little bit about or and some of the things that are coming out about that. What do you think
well,
about or?
before we get to that, let's start more basic.
Okay,
How
sure.
would like you as an idealist? How would you define consciousness?
Um, it's first of all, I define consciousness as just awareness, like experience, like it's the way it's nature's registry, locally. So um consciousness registers itself through different conscious beings. So it always shows up as a physical being on my view, anyways.
Mhm.
But it is fundamentally just it's just awareness, just what it's like to experience something, that awareness of that quality.
Okay. Um, so for me, I'd say consciousness. Um, at least if I'm going by the framework that I came up with, it is the interface of a self-constituting system that has achieved sufficient integration and higher order self-relation to constitute a unified experiential perspective with phenomenal specificity, in, intentional directedness, and reflexive self-presence. So, like uh, biological systems, humans, that's what consciousness is.
So if you were to put it into like a one sentence, if that's possible, like a one sentence description, like an elevator
Uh,
pitch, what would you say like consciousness is in that way of explaining, just for the audience?
it's like I would say consciousness develops continuously from like proto experience through imminent development. There's no discontinuous sleep, no mysterious emergence from non-experience, only the progressive deepening of the interface as the outer face becomes more complex and more deeply self-referential in its relational structure. It's
So I agree with I don't see a problem with any of that, right? But it
mhm.
seems like what you're describing is what something does. Like when we're talking about consciousness, you're talking about, well, it's doing this, it's doing that. But what is it ontologically, would you say?
What it is, it is it's the innermost, or it's the inside of, or the inner aspect of the relational loop. It's not, like if we're saying like, what is, if we strip away the richness, the consciousness, if you're like trying to see what, what is like proto experience, I would say that it is the bare intrinsic dimension necessarily present as the interface of, it's established, topological necessity of the loop's enclosed interior and non-structural character.
Gotcha. So it's like the inner world of reality.
Yeah, like it has no content, no subject object structure, no phenomenal quality, no felt character, no awareness. It is not experiencing, it is the most bare minimum thing that that you can have without it being nothing, basically.
Awesome. That almost sounds what I think what I wrote down in I think I included that in my own model when I published it in Substack, is that awareness at bare minimum is like a probability, like where all possible states are able to appear, like kind of like a condition.
Yeah, I would say that or in this case, it is the formal precondition of experience.
Yeah. I agree, man. That's sort of the same way I sort of understand this thing we call awareness or consciousness, phenomenal consciousness. Because, you can reduce it because very easily, because when you, like, I'm looking out at a window, look at all those books in my back. You can look at each one and you can look away and look at the window or the computer or what have you. So the experiences, the contents are all changing, but there's always this condition for the experience to arise in, right? And I think that's what I mean by phenomenal consciousness. And it doesn't seem reducible. There's kind of a trick that a lot of people, that leads to a more physicalist idea, and that's the idea of nothingness. Because if you think about it, if there were no brain, there would be no condition for seeing any of those experiences for you, right? And that sort of makes sense at face value, because hey, if I'm dead, and my brain isn't working, then how am I going to access anything if I don't exist, right? But there's sort of like an assumption built in that there is a you that will experience this nothingness. Like, first of all, if you don't exist, you can't experience anything.
That's true.
But the other thing too is that we can look at this concept of self and you, and this gets into other topics. What do we mean by the you or the self? Is that a construct? Is that something we sort of, is it like an identity? And aren't all identities sort of constructed mentally? If we were to strip away all of those identities, say someone who was a, just sort of couldn't speak, couldn't think, couldn't do any of those things, just kind of reflecting on reality, maybe like some sort of animal or something, it would just be bare experience, whatever that is. It'd be minus the self concept, right?
I'd say, the difference between what an idealist would say, though, and what I'm saying is that, an idealist would say that consciousness at its core is pure awareness, and mine is saying, no, we got to strip away the phenomenal aspect of it as well, and proto experiences even less than that. But I feel like we're both trying to get to a deeper truth here. So
Yeah. And, at not at the expense of being unparsimonious, like, because then you can get, I mean, that's how kind of religions are started, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you want to reduce so far, then you just use your imagination to fill in the blanks. How far can we go without doing that? That's a good question. Um, because then we're just doing philosophy and maybe even religion at that point. And another thing I always say is that these sort of things are interesting, but a lot of people take these sort of topics like it's the most important thing to identify with. Like, if you attack my ideas about what's fundamentally ultimate in reality, then you're attacking me, even though no one really has access to that. Otherwise, they'd be omniscient.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, you can do that as long as I think as long as you say it's just a belief or a hypothesis or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
as far
that's
as I take it. I just want to put that out there because a lot of people get like, how do you prove it? How do you know? It's like, I'm not claiming I can.
mm-hmm. And that's basically what this is as well. It's just a hypothesis of it just has two underlying assumptions of what if both the physical and the mental are both foundational, and what if it's but it's still a monism. So, and that's what this whole framework tries to address,
Right.
and dissolve the hard problem of consciousness.
And
But
Skyworks comes up with a very good statement here that I agree with. The contents are still there. You're just not focusing on them, and your mind is focusing on other things. So I already see kind of a dual aspect with consciousness from that statement, that there's the awareness of the contents, and then there's this thing called a mind that's focusing on other stuff. If all of that is true. And I think it is, because I think there's evidence that we register information in our field of awareness, even though we're not focused on it. So you could be throughout the day, you're seeing like a million things that you're not even focused on, but they seem to register in your subconscious somewhere. And these can sort of come out in different ways, like in your dreams. You wonder, why am I dreaming about this person? Or why did I dream about this thing? Maybe you saw it during the day and you just didn't realize you did, right? So it sort of got registered. It's almost like when have you ever been driving, Nell, down the road for some long period of time, and when you finally get to your destination, you don't even remember how you got there?
I mean, I don't drive, so I use the transit system here in Lexington. But I have blanked out while on the bus, and then it's like, oh, where am I? I've missed my stop.
There is a thing called flow state, and one of the easiest ways to get into flow state is through driving. Like, I drive all day long doing what I do. And there's times when I'm just kind of listening to the repetitive hum of the engine or the air conditioner or whatever, and I'm, just sort of zoned out. Yet I'm going to all the places I need to go without even thinking about it, right? And I don't even remember making all the turns and doing all the things to get me there, right? I don't remember that. I don't even think I was focused on it. I remember mainly just being deep in thought about some topic or something. But my brain was registering all the cues, to turn here, turn there, stop, start, all of these kind of things, right? And so that sort of provides a little bit of, personal evidence for me that maybe awareness is something behind all the thinking and all the focus and all that. There's something more fundamental.
All right. We were also talking about this, and so let's explore that. Where let's forget for a moment other metaphysical frameworks and focus in on idealism.
Mhm.
So everything is pure awareness, and so I feel like there can be made a good argument for this, but a lot of the idealists that I've come in contact with will fall into the trap of naive idealism, basically because epistemically it's the most thing that we have the most access to directly, then therefore it must be fundamental, ontologically. So how would you go about not making that mistake? How would you make a good argument for idealism?
Yeah, that's a good question. Because the first thing to acknowledge is we're all stuck in an epistemic loop.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about physicalism as a metaphysic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Physicalism is also based on what you observe through your experience,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because you're never outside of your mind to observe anything. You have to be conscious to have any experience of anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that the difference is a physicalist will infer, oh, this thing that I'm seeing, the content, if I dig deeper and deeper, then I can get clues as to what the ontology is,
Mm-hmm.
because it's my experience. So
Yeah.
because I'm experiencing, the brain and all the operations and processes, that explains consciousness, because it's in my experience and I'm just building on what's in my experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could ask them the same question. Well, how do you get from your experience to the ontology that's what it is?
Yeah.
The idealist has the same issue, except the idealist is building on, is acknowledging that, right? Is so an idealist perspective would say, well, what is the physical?
Mm-hmm.
I could easily just say and sometimes I do nowadays. I just say, oh, I'm a physicalist. And they go, oh, okay, so mind comes from matter. Well, matter is mind. What are you talking about? Like, it's all in my mind, right? So you could say, because really, honestly, if we're being honest, that's really as far as we can go. Everything it's just an inference. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably how I would argue it. Is just say that, look, I'm just acknowledging some things that other views may not.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense?
I mean, yeah, I'm getting it. Let me try to come up with some pushback. Let's see. So we can, just about every metaphysical framework can, concede to the idealist that everything that we're doing is happening within our mind. It's, the epistemically, all we can really know is that we are experiencing an experience. All right, so we've got to the very first step. That's step number one. So, and then you said we can make an inference that that since it is epistemically an epistemic foundation, that everything that is in the mind, in our mind, is also fundamental reality. How do you get that inference? Like, what are the data points you are pulling from to get to the ontological reality that mind is everything, or consciousness is everything?
It's from first principles is the way they call that argument. So first principles are the things more for certain. Like, are you more certain about the physical appearances, or are you more certain that you're having an experience of those physical appearances? And most people would say, oh, I'm more certain that I'm having an experience. I mean, I could be a brain in the vat for all I know. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you build on the thing that is most certain to you, then and if you're, then you can sort of apply the first principle as a inference rule, right?
Let me see. So, for me, if we're going to try to build a strong starting point for idealism, so let's not it's not merely I think therefore I am. Any possible inquiry, any possible doubt, any possible state of affairs being recognized as a state of affairs, all of this occurs within and as awareness. You cannot step outside awareness to examine reality from a neutral vantage point. Every examination, every description, every measurement, every inference all occur as modifications of awareness. There is no awareness independent access to anything. Really, do you say that's a good summarization?
Yeah, it's a good starting point, right?
And this is stronger than Descartes because it is not merely about an individual doubter. It is about the structure of any possible epistemic access to anything whatsoever. Any conceivable knower, any conceivable perspective is a perspective within awareness. There is no perspective from outside awareness because any perspective just is awareness taking a particular form.
Perfect. Very well said. Yeah.
And maybe I'm trying to think of because not only am I trying to find maybe weaknesses, but what is the strongest version of idealism? What is, because to me it's like if I am trying to poke holes in something, then I want to go up against its strongest version.
Exactly.
And so for me, not just that awareness is indubitable, but that the concept of something existing independently of all possible awareness is incoherent. Not merely that we cannot know mind independent reality, but that the very idea of mind independent reality is conceptually problematic. What would it even mean for something to exist with no possible relation to awareness, unobservable in principle, unknowable in principle, entirely beyond any possible experience? Such a thing would be purely empty concept with no content.
Yeah. I mean, I usually, go about these things and just first of all acknowledge, like you mentioned, the only thing we know directly is experience. So physicalism is asking us to begin with an inferred world of matter, and then explain how subjective experience, of course, emerges from it. In idealism, the strongest ones are going to say idealism begins with experience itself and then interprets matter as a stable shared structure within experience. That way you're not adding anything, you're just kind of keeping it raw, just being genuine. This is the only thing I can really talk about. Now, that in itself doesn't prove idealism is true, but it does avoid the hard problem by treating consciousness as fundamental epistemically, and you can infer ontologically rather than something must arise entirely from non-conscious processes, and we get into strong emergence problems and things like that. And those are based on what we experience. So again, it always unfortunately loops back into that. It's like there's no way around it. It's like you can say, well, strong emergence is illogical. Yeah, well, it's like according to your experience though. And then you could say, well, weak emergence is true. Okay, yeah, but that's based on your experience. It's like it's all going back to experience. And so you just, whenever you make these sort of beliefs, you try to ground them one way or the other. Physicalism lacks the grounding. I guess that's what I'm saying.
But I'm also, let's try to also ground idealism. So to me, like, let's try to build that bridge from epistemology to ontology. And so for me, one of those bridges I can see is like, what what the concept of existence means. So what does it mean for something to exist? At minimum, it means being the case, being real, being actually rather than merely possible or fictional. And then you can ask, what is the cash value of this concept of existence? What distinguishes actual existence from mere possibility? And for empiricists like Berkeley and Hume, the answer is to exist is to be perceivable or perceived. And what makes something actual rather than merely possible is its being the content of possible experience. But the argument can be made without Berkeley's specific formulation. The stronger version, the concept of existence is always already a concept that makes sense within a framework of possible experience and awareness. There is no coherent concept of existence that is entirely stripped away of any relation to awareness. So existence, as we actually use and understand the concept, is existence within a framework of possible awareness. This is not merely an epistemic point, that we access existence through awareness. It is a conceptual point that the concept of existence is internally related to awareness. You cannot fully specify what existence means without reference to possible experience. So, the bridge there is, if the concept of existence is internally related to awareness, if being real just means being the content of possible experience in the widest sense, then awareness is not merely the medium through which we access reality. Awareness is constitutive of what reality means.
Yeah. Like, if something exists, then if there's going to be a conscious experience, then it's going to have to inhabit an existence.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's nothing to be conscious of. It's a relational thing. So the relation is a little fundamental is fundamental to that. And relations are, one view is relation is saying that it's all relations all the way down. You know what I'm saying?
Which gets back to sort of my framework, but let's we'll try to stick to idealism for now. And but the strength of the strategy of the conceptual existence, it does not require claiming that mind creates reality in some physiological sense or
right
psychological sense. It claims something more subtle, that the concept of reality is internally structured by reference to possible awareness. And this is defensible philosophical position. Both the Berkeley and Kant.
Well, Berkeley, the thing about Berkeley that he was into subjective idealism, which is very solipsistic. But it gets out of solipsism by saying, well, the mind is God. So it's necessarily theistic, which just seems to be adding a lot of things into the model of idealism that aren't really maybe necessary. And you can shave that off and still keep an idealistic view, which is where we get to analytic idealism.
Yeah.
And
well, before we get to analytical idealism, I want to point out we pointed out the strength of the argument. I'd say also the weakness of this particular point when it comes to conceptual existence is that critics will say this conflates conceptual dependence with ontological dependence, that the concept of existence is structured by reference to awareness, does not mean existence itself is constituted by awareness, only that our concept of it is. And so I'd say that is a valid criticism that, someone could lay out onto idealism.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest, that's the problem with idealism is how do you get from, I call it the hard problem of matter. how does matter come out of consciousness, right? But
Mm-hmm.
the way that I resolve it is with a more non-dual sort of view,
Mm-hmm.
which, you know, cuts both ways. You can be a non-dualist physicalist and a non-dualist idealist, and after a while it starts to get a little semantical,
Mm-hmm.
because okay, physical is just consciousness, consciousness is just physical.
Mm-hmm.
Then what's really the difference?
Yeah.
um it's all ontological, right? It's all claimed to be ontological. The physical is ontological. I think one thing you can sort of you know, if you're a physicalist and you take science seriously,
Mm-hmm.
you may want to look at science to see what it actually supports in your view and what it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're going to entail science into your physicalist view,
Mm-hmm.
like someone who takes what we understand through physicalism very serious, and it's
Yeah.
why it leads us down that road to physicalism, then there's a few things you need to explain. Like, why does the physical stop being measurable and observable past 10 to the minus 35 centimeters if it's fundamental?
Mm-hmm.
What's beyond that? It's a
Yeah.
mystery, right? It could be
Mm-hmm.
like, you know, there's all sorts of models, but
Yeah.
we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing we can say, I think it does push back on this idea of fundamentality,
Mm-hmm.
because at least insofar as getting it out of a belief system and into more of a hard fact of the matter. It's like, because if something is unobservable, it's like, it's just, you know, think about it in terms of God claims.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can see God through the trees, right? We see God in the contents of our awareness. That's where you
Mm-hmm.
see God. But when you dig down, you can't really get to heaven. You can't really see God. You know, you can't get that sort of content of awareness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you only get clues, like the Bible says. You know, the creation itself leaves you with no excuse, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's as far as you can go. And so a naturalist would argue and say, well, you're just interpreting, you're projecting your beliefs onto the contents of awareness. Because if you can't really see the God or show the God, then why should we believe that God is the ontological explanation for the contents of your awareness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can use that same argument on any view, you know, because actually it does bottom out somewhere. We're
Yeah.
not going to be accessing fundamental reality at some point in time. And
Mm-hmm.
all we can really build on, you can either build on the contents of your world, of your reality, your perceptions, or you can try to build on just the fact that you're aware of those things,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and you can sort of build on which one seems more certain for you, the things you're observing or the fact that you are observing anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an approach, and what approach makes sense to people is just going to be dependent on, you know, who they are. Some people are just very left brained, which means, you know, I was studying a lot about left brain, right brain, which is actually kind of a misnomer.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't really a left brain, right brain that does all the things, right? It's just there, but there is, it does point to something very real from what I understand. Like, there's people that are on the spectrum of more right brained, as the definition fits,
Mm-hmm.
and the opposite. And people who are more quote unquote left brained are people that take more serious the observation,
Mm-hmm.
what's outside. They're very analytical about what they perceive. They don't question anything out beyond that. To them, it doesn't make sense to worry about that. It's kind of like right brain people, right brained, are more people centric.
Mm-hmm.
So they're more into impact and emotion and feeling, and you know, get like the right brain gives you the why, and the
Mm-hmm.
left brain gives you the way. So if you want to know why is my house this way and not that way, the left brain will go through all the things of determining why the reason it's that way, you know.
Yeah.
So you got to understand, right brain people, what really fascinates right brain people is not things that can be solved, but things that cannot be solved. That's part of it. You got to understand, right brain people don't want solutions. Right brain tells you, that's why right brain is more involved in other human beings, because human beings are a problem that can't be solved. They never make sense. You know, relationships, they never really come to some sort of resolution about that, because it's all about feelings and how you impacted my trust. And you know, right brain wants, or left brain wants to say, hey, it's just logical, you know, I did this, so this should happen, you know.
Yeah.
That's it. There's no why about it, right?
Yeah.
Just I guess it just depends on the kind of person you are.
Yeah. And you know, right now where we're looking at idealism, it's like we're trying to logic our way to it. And
Right.
But
that's what I'm saying.
But at the end of the day, there is no right answer.
No solution. No solution with any of these things. That's what I'm getting at, is that if you want to approach it with your left brain, the best we can do is, like I say, use the strongest form of idealism, which is analytic.
Yeah.
Because analytic is more honest, and it just goes so far. It doesn't add any of the other things.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I was thinking of another bridge, or a possible bridge, and that would be like structural identity. And are you familiar with that argument?
Structural identity.
So it goes like the physical world as described by science is a structure of relations. Physics describes relational properties. It's, you know, mass as resistance to acceleration, charge as a coupling to field, spin as transformation properties under rotation groups. What are the intrinsic properties of the things bearing these structural relations? You know, and physics is silent on that point. So now, you know, what we do know of intrinsic properties, we know them from one source only, direct experience. The only intrinsic properties we ever encounter directly are experiential properties, the felt quality of red, the intrinsic character of pain, the specific texture of thought. These are not relational, they are directly given as intrinsic. So the bridge is like, you know, the structural descriptions leave intrinsic properties unspecified, and if experiential properties are the only intrinsic properties we directly know, then the parsimonious hypothesis is that the intrinsic properties of physical structures are experiential in character, not because mind creates matter, but because matter's intrinsic character just is experiential. The distinction between matter and mind is the distinction between the structural description and the intrinsic reality that the structure describes. So, and the idealist can push it even further. Like, if intrinsic character is always experiential and structural descriptions are always descriptions of experiential character from outside, then the structural is always grounded in the experiential. You know, structure is the form of experiential reality. Experience is the substance of which structure is the form. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's like asking, what is it like to be more left brain versus right brain?
Yeah.
It's like you can do all the logic all you want. You're not doing the magical thing you think you are.
Yeah.
You're not getting out of your experience
in
order to talk about what things really are like, as though you have some sort of virtuous point of view that is well above you know, the silly, you know, introspective people. Oh, I'm not introspective. I've stepped out of my introspective and I'm accessing reality. I don't fuck with the spiritual shit, the introspective shit. I fuck with what's really out there. Forgetting that your only access to what's out there is all that introspective shit.
Yeah. Although I would say both, it's the strength and weakness of this argument, though, is the gap within physics itself. You know, it can, if you want to play to its strengths, you can say, you know, to motivate, you know, that it does not start from a privileged human experience and generalize. It starts from the incompleteness of structural description and fills the gap with what we know intrinsic nature to be. but then you can just turn it on its head and be like, well, it's the inference from intrinsic properties being experiential in the cases we directly know to intrinsic properties being experiential in general is an inference that could be wrong. It could be other things. So but I would say it's still it is an argument an idealist could put forward, and it's not a terrible argument because maybe that is the case.
Yeah, and I mean, I firmly like we always talk about. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the universe is under no obligation to make sense to us, and so intuitively we see dualism. Dualism is very intuitive because there's us. I feel things when you touch your shoulder and shit. I don't feel that, so there's obviously a separation there. I can see the outside world. I see the brain. I see the processes. I see all the things that goes on with a human being that correlate tightly with what he's talking about, reports of particular experiences or what have you in behaviors. And it's very dualistic. And it's the only way you can do science is through that dualistic lens, right? You have to say, look, I'm the observer. And then there's the observed, two different, fundamentally different things. And non-dualists want to say that, no, actually, they're not. That actually, as an observer, you're part of the greater system as well. It's not like you stand outside of nature and like you're in this privileged position. Like non-dualism is really challenging all of those privileged positions to say that dualism must be the case, because that's just putting yourself into that. I mean, we're all the center of our own universes subjectively, but if truth be told, it really seems like we are part of a greater system. We depend on the air, the water, to be born at a certain time, to live on a particular planet and an environment, and all the priors. And this is also why free will gets thrown into question and stuff like that, is for that very reason. Because you're part of the system. You're not outside of it, in some privileged position where you get to make particular choices that change reality somehow. No, you're just flowing with it. And in your experience, you're just along for the ride, so to speak. But it is a special sort of thing, right? And I get that. Like, experience is very special. It's a lot different than the thing that you're experiencing. I mean, even physicalists know that. That's why the physicalists say what they do. That's why they talk the way they do. They understand that that experience is, maybe the inner world of of particular physical things, right? That the only difference is that they tell the story that the physical sort of invents that experience for them, and generates it. Whereas, an idealist would say, no, as far as we know, it's all just one happening. And we just happen to have an experience of all this stuff. Think about, I don't know, like we were talking about with Dave a couple of days ago, like this whole block universe, B theory of time stuff. Do you agree with that stuff?
I mean, I don't know if that's really the case, but I mean, it all stems from relativity, and it all it all is consistent, internally consistent with itself. Like it could it could really be the case, so it needs to be taken seriously.
Yeah, like if we were to just grant that it was the case that time is in slices, and you can like slice time all across the universe at an angle. An alien being on the other side of that slice and that timeline, way on the other side of the universe or galaxy, would be in a different time than you would. Like that's what it's really saying.
It's basically pointing that time is relative. Yeah, it's our entire understanding of time is it's not this absolute thing that Newton thought it was.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that time, in the universe is just this static thing, that's, past, present, future, all exist simultaneously, in eternal. But then it calls into question, well, what about, why do we experience the passage of time? If time is just a coordinate somewhere within the block, like in all the events and all those sort of stuff, why is it that our consciousness seems to only go in one direction? It's not simultaneous as far as our experience is concerned. It's definitely, the past no longer exists only as a memory or history. But what the B theorist people want to say is, or relativist people want to say, is that no, the thing is that the past happened and it was real, that the past is real. And it's real because it affected the present. Your present moment is a product of the relation to the past, right?
Yeah.
And they said, and the only reason you don't think of the future in that way is because you haven't gotten there yet. It's like space and time are all connected. It's all the same thing, time, space, time.
Yeah.
So thinking of it in terms of that, it's kind of like, just because I don't, I have to walk 200 miles to get to this fucking gas station or something. Just because I don't see it now doesn't mean that it doesn't exist until I get there. It just means that it's always there and I have to get there first, So they treat time in the same way, because time and location and time and space are the same sort of concept. So consciousness is a little different than the universe, because the universe is just one thing. Why aren't we one thing? Why aren't we just omniscient? Why isn't our consciousness everywhere? Why is it local? Why is it, and why it's like you've got these theories like the spotlight theory of consciousness, where they say consciousness is like this special spotlight that's inside the block locally. And so you've got where they traverse the block. But what is the light? What is the light? What created the light? What is that all about? No one knows.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not mathematically described at all. There's no math that can describe consciousness or understanding or anything. Those are mysteries.
Yeah. No, I get it. And, obviously, idealists will have their answer, and, it all stems from awareness, which, we can't, there's no way of measuring pure awareness. So.
Yeah, it's not a problem you can solve, man. It's like physicalists try to, and they've created this hard problem of consciousness, but that's the only way that you can really, the only way you can get around it is just really ground it in what you know. And all you really know is an experience. And why does the experience have to have an explanation? Maybe explanations are just a reflection of our limited human brains. Maybe we always expect, causes and effects. We expect that, experience is no different. It's just a physical thing, part of the natural world. And so it needs to have a cause. But causation is even under block theory as well. Here we go again, right?
Yeah. And, and just like the physicalist wants to avoid naive physicalism, idealist also wants to avoid naive idealism. And another bridge that I wanted to bring up, and it's drawing on Kant, but it goes going further in an idealist direction. And so it would be that, Kant showed that the structure of experience is not merely contingently how things appear to us, but necessarily shapes what can appear to us as objects at all. Space, time, And the categories of understanding are not features we discover in a ready-made world. They are the conditions under which anything can be an object of experience at all. But as we know, Kant stopped short of idealism by maintaining the thing in itself, something that affects our sensibility but lies beyond all possible experience. But the idealist can say this creates an incoherence in Kant's system. If the thing in itself is entirely beyond possible experience, unknowable in principle, then we cannot coherently say it exists, affects us, or causes our experiences. All of these descriptions use concepts that only apply within possible experience. So the idealist move can be, eliminate thing in itself. What remains is not a subjective phenomenalism, things merely being our representations, but a transcendental idealism in which the structure of reality just is the structure of possible experience. Not because individual minds create reality, but because the conditions of possible experience are the conditions of reality as such. So, to put it plainly, the bridge is, the transcendental conditions of possible experience. The formal structures that make anything an object at all are not merely epistemic conditions. They are ontological conditions. The structure of what can be real, this is, not a bridge from epistemology to ontology across a gap. It is the demonstration that the gap was never real. Epistemic and ontological conditions are the same conditions described from different angles. And that's one way. And that's another way an idealist could, make a strong case for their ontology.
Yeah, that's interesting. That
is
interesting.
The strength is that it does not merely assert that awareness grounds reality. It shows why, through transcendental analysis, the conditions of possible experience and the conditions of possible reality converge. But like I said, every argument has a weakness too, and I would say the weakness here, the argument depends on the success of the transcendental method, which has been extensively criticized. Why should the conditions of human experience be the conditions of reality as such? This seems to privilege, human epistemic structure in a way that requires justification. So, but I mean, even with that weakness, it's like, and just another well of knowledge that idealists can draw on.
Yeah, exactly. And, I guess, for me, like what really attracted me to idealism was after, first I was really kind of sold on non-dualism about 15, 20 years ago when I listened to Rupert Spira. Mm-hmm. And that was more like non-dual awareness, which seems not very controversial in some ways, but just kind of like a shift of viewing maybe your priorities, to look at your conscious awareness as more immediate and then start experiencing the world a little different based on that little shift of focus. But then when I discovered Bernardo Kastrup, I think around 2013, what really attracted me was just his skepticism, like the way he was so skeptical about physicalism, which I never really thought about too much.
Yeah,
but he really brought up a lot of questions that made me question physicalism. And the point that I got to is that when you ask that question, Neil, about ontology, well, if we can see all the problems with physicalism, I can say, well, I'm not a physicalist.
Yeah.
Well, then what's left? There's only two things, really. There's your experience of the world as one property, experience, and then there's the physical, the thing that you perceive out in the world. Which one is more fundamental? The things you see in the world or the seeing itself? And then, if we're going to say, well, the things we see are not physical for all the reasons he gives, then the only thing left is experience. Well, what else is? We can go to a neutral monism,
I was about to say I wouldn't say it's the only option. Like I said, we can go the neutral route. We can go the God. we can go with the theist route, but I mean, we could also go panpsychist route of both being foundational. We can go my route of them being foundational but one thing. So there are many paths, but to loop back onto idealism, and you brought up a really good point of like Bernardo Castro, really making people take idealism seriously with analytical idealism, because it, first of all, it takes the science seriously. It does not dismiss physics as a mere appearance. It accounts for the intersubjective, law governed, mathematically structured character of physical reality by treating it as the extrinsic appearance of mental processes. What mind at large activity looks like from the outside. It addresses the combination problem directly. Individual minds arise through disassociation of mind at large, the universal consciousness splitting into relatively autonomous, sub-processes. This is a specific mechanism rather than, a vague gesture, which, traditionally idealists have had issues with. It's consistent with neuroscience. Brain activity is, the extrinsic image of mental processes. What inner experience looks like from outside. Neuroscience studies the outer image. Phenomenology studies the inner reality. All that is, given idealists, a great foundation. But, we can also, I would say, just like anything, though, even analytical idealism isn't perfect, like for this, an issue I've always had is its borrowed language. Because I'm pretty sure I brought this up on one of your shows at some point, where it's like, this dissociation just sounds like the mind at large is, it has a mental disorder, and so to me, it's like dissociative identity disorder is, a clinical phenomenon in human psychology. So applying it as the fundamental mechanism of cosmic individuation imports, physiological or psychological concepts at the metaphysical level without, adequate grounding, and it comes with this baggage that, it just can't really escape from. And then I'd also say it doesn't really fully explain the mathematical structure of physics. Why does mind at large's extrinsic appearance have this specific mathematical structure? General covariance, quantum uncertainty, rather than some other mathematical structure. It doesn't seem like analytical idealism has a principled answer to that. And then I'd say a final thing would just be the relationship between the universal and the individual consciousness seems underdeveloped. If individual minds are disassociated alters of mind at large, what is the nature of the non-disassociated whole? What is mind at large's experience like? These questions remain philosophically, underspecified.
So like so everything you're saying, basically you're saying it's basically underdetermined is the case, right? Is it like we're
they're even with all the strengths that analytical idealism has, there are still things that are just seem like they're just left up in the air, kind of unresolved, or as I said, underdeveloped.
And and two, when it comes to this whole mind at large, that can be a bit confusing to people, because
I would say that was been my most major roadblock when I've been trying to understand idealism, is the mind at large. I can honestly say that, but I've been getting better about it. Been diving deep into trying to understand idealism.
Something like mind and consciousness and all of that is already going to be subjective. Cafe, good to see you. How you doing?
Hey.
Yo, what's up, man?
I'm doing it, man. Let me get my camera.
You're doing the damn thing. Hell yeah.
Doing the damn thing.
Hell yeah. I can see that. And I was gonna tell Nell that the limitation of how it looks like from your vantage point is very specific to yourself. Because like I can give you um, certain I guess visual images of how it could play out in your mind, the you know Huxleyan mind at large.
Mhm.
You
Oh
know,
no, I always appreciate analogies and metaphors. I mean, really, the one of the things that really helped me understand the mind at large was the whole dream analogy. Yeah.
the dream. Are you talking about like kind of like the dreaming Godhead, something like that?
Like Brahman.
Well, well, like like when it, because one of the things that that immediately that most physicalists will come to is like, oh, are you saying rocks are conscious? And so and that was when I was first deconverting from physicalism. That was one of the things of like I was struggling with. But then it was like, no, we're not saying that the rock is having a conscious experience. It's like when you're in a dream, your consciousness is generating this appearance, and the rock within your dream, it is still consciousness, but it's not the conscious experience itself. And that really helps me wrap my mind around that. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like acosmism is the term I like. There's a real interesting Wikipedia article on that where we talk about the illusion of materiality, but at the extreme, you have to be careful not to say like it's something that's unreal, that's something that's not real. And a lot of people will suffice where they'll say it's something that it's not what it appears to be.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about, like, you brought up the Huxleyan mind at large, I'm pretty sure without a doubt you've contemplated eternalism. This is I'm pretty sure Scott has noticed what's his name, Ian, allegedly Ian,
Mhm.
like play with this idea of of course the B theory of time, trying to understand, well, if God creates, how is he unmutable, how is he unchanging, if he coincides with the B theory of time? You know what I mean? He's trying to wrap his mind around it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
He runs into problems though if he doesn't go the other necessary step.
yes, I agree. He
He
doesn't
only
go
goes
to
so far to
Mhm.
where he can outrule the Christian God with it,
yeah.
but then the follow up obvious next question, he doesn't touch it.
Mhm.
Yes, I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And what I was going to tell Nell
Mhm.
is that when you consider something like the Huxleyan mind at large, as an analogy, you can think of something like eternalism or the B series of time. That's not to say that it captures it entirely. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because these are still limited perceptions.
Mhm.
And like even when you see what's his name, Ian, grapple with this, he's trying to come out at the other end as an atheist. He's
Mhm.
not considering theism at all. And but see, that's his problem.
Mhm.
Like that he doesn't consider the opposite spectrum.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think that's one thing holding him back.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if you how much you caught of our conversation, because for me, we were going over like ways of avoiding naive idealism, and
Yes.
we were going over the bridges and analytical idealism. But to me, like, if I'm trying to create the strongest version of idealism, I feel like one way of reframing the whole thing to me is that you can say that reality is one self-developing experiential process. It's not a static universal consciousness, but a dynamic, self-articulating activity whose nature is experiential through and through. You know, this process is not a mind in the psychological sense, not a cosmic person having thoughts. It is a self-developing, logical, experiential structure whose inner character is what experience is, and whose development is what we call the physical world. You know, saying it this way, it avoids the disassociation mechanism, you know, or, you know, the issue. You know, individual consciousness arises not through disassociating, you know, splitting, but through the self development of the whole, reaching a level of complexity that produces reflective self-awareness in specific configurations. No borrowed psychological mechanism needed. You know.
No, yeah, I see. Schrodinger, you know, called it you know, the black hole of the biological psyche, that, you know, all minds coalesce into the one. You know, I you know, it's been put many ways. He's not the only one that did it. Like you mentioned, the Huxleyan mind at large. But the way people approach it, I mean, right now you said something like, I see I'm already losing my train of thought. The way you approached it before I jumped on was like you were talking about how there was like kind of like no picture you can grasp onto there. Like, let me throw this out real quick. So like, if you want to go to the default of the Huxleyan mind, it would be something like the, you know, the McTaggart's, you know, B theory of time. You know, like it would default back to that. The issue with that, in my opinion, like if you actually look at a lot of these metaphors inside, like Hinduism or Neoplatonism, like with the one, or Brahman and so forth, you know, it's not, you know, some kind of like block universe. You know, that's, you know, that's one way to put it. That's why I said it's just a metaphor to play with. What the, you know, what they seem to be saying with like Hinduism and Brahman, with the absolute, is kind of a step beyond the, I guess, the block universe, in that it kind of represents, you know, all permutations. It's not like there's a real interesting article on Spinoza where he's talking about that all the possibilities that can manifest in this world are not wholly there. That, you know, that there's you know, manifestations that you know, that are not expressed. And I that's kind of the way I think of the absolute. It's like, you know, it's not the block universe. It represents something beyond that. It's kind of like all the permutations captured in an underlying sense of, you know, of something like that, like where the block universe only represents kind of like a pathway through the permutations, but it's not, you know, the full spectrum of you know, potential possibility. Whereas the absolute kind of represents something beyond that. It's something that can capture, you know, all you know, all spectrum, and you know, if you will, you know, I'm you know, I'm not probably being articulate here. Scott, help me out now.
I need a consciousness meter.
And it, well, I am going to ask. Because I asked Scott like how he bridges, or how he avoids naive idealism. I was going to ask you the same thing, but before we get to that, I just wanted to like finish my thought on reframing idealism as one self-developing experiential process. Because earlier I said that, you know, there is an issue with, like, you know, why these mathematical structures and not something else. And for me, like, the mathematical structure of physical reality reflects the logical structure of the self-developing process. Mathematics is the study of the formal structure of this development. Physics discovers this structure empirically. Both converge on the same self-developing logical experiential process. Mathematics from the inside of formal necessity, physics from the outside of empirical discovery. So to me, that's how I would, try to look at idealism. And then, and reality is not, a static field of awareness within which things appear. It is a self-developing process, constitutively active, self-articulating, generating progressively richer forms of itself through its own internal logic.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. That's why I was kind of trying to look for that Spinoza quote, if I can even find it. He talks about thought and extension, and a lot of people confuse Spinoza with pantheism. They think he thought that he was saying that God is equal to all reality, like he was saying, I would disagree with that. I don't think he was saying that. I think he was trying to denote something beyond that. Something that's often referred to as, I'm pretty sure Scott's heard this, panentheism, where the N represents not just all reality right here, right now, but
the inaccessible.
Yes, the inaccessible. And that's what I was trying to find right now with this big quote. But go ahead, someone.
Well, while you're doing that, I was going to go over the bridges I went over earlier real quick. There's the transcendental argument that shows that the conditions of possible experience are the conditions of possible reality. The conceptual analysis shows that existence is internally related to awareness, and the structural identity argument shows that intrinsic nature is experiential in character. Together, these establish that reality is experiential through and through, not as a static field, but as a developing process. And then, the bridge from the epistemology to ontology runs through the recognition that the self-developing process, that is reality, is the same process that produces knowing subjects within itself. That the knower and the known are aspects of one self-developing experiential process. The epistemological indubitability of awareness reflects the ontological primacy of the experiential process of which knowing subjects are local expressions. That sums it up.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like almost like a Spinozan take on it. And I am still trying to find that specific quote, if I can bring it up. It's I found it on Wikipedia. It's thought and extension, and man, I'm not having any luck here.
X of Music's calling you word salad, Dale.
I mean, if I'm pretty sure she wasn't, or he wasn't here for, well, sounds like word salad because you weren't. I'm pretty sure you weren't here for the beginning when I was going over the bridges and it's their strengths and weaknesses. The first, because I'm not an idealist, but I'm trying to think of what are the best.
You have to understand. People who say word salad are just dumb people that don't know how words work. So they just, all they hear is because they don't understand what words are.
Well, I'm going to try to be gentler than that, and I'm just going to go over real quickly that the first bridge basically was the conceptual point that existence is internally related to awareness. That the concept of a mind-independent reality entirely beyond possible experience is incoherent. That's what the conceptual point is summed up. And there's strengths and weaknesses to that. X music, I'm not trying to convert you because I'm not an idealist. I'm trying to go over the I'm trying to come up with the strongest version of idealism possible that I can.
Well, you got to understand, you're welcome to the dogma of physicalism. You have no right to
And
anything.
then, all right. And then the second bridge is the structural identity point that physical intrinsic nature is experiential, that the gap is filled by experience and structure is the form of experiential reality. That's the second bridge that an idealist can use.
Oh my God, I see what happened here.
And then,
you know, I don't know how closely you follow, you know, Wikipedia, but you know, there is a, you know who Rupert Sheldrake is? He says there's a materialist snipers that go around, you know, editing Wikipedia pages that they don't agree with. You know, so like you'll read something that is very akin to like some kind of like, I guess, spiritual, you know, kind of explanation. And the next time you revisit it, it has a completely different connotation. You know, the spirit is completely stripped from it. And yeah, so I think that's what happened. Like, so right now, when I was looking for that quote from Spinoza, it's not on the modern page. Someone edited it. You know, like I'm like, okay, so I use Wayback to go and find it. And yeah, sure enough, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it's there. And so I put it in the private chat. And yeah, it says, for Spinoza, our universe, cosmos, is under two attributes, thought and extension, and has infinitely many other attributes which are not present in our world. You know, trying to depict, you know, what I said, it's like, see, the block universe only covers that which is, whereas the absolute covers that, you know, things that are not yet to be and may not even you know, occur in the universe itself, you know. And so like and then I also got the word salad quote for Scott. You know, it's a term often misused when someone doesn't have a clue about the topic being discussed, so they wish to minimize it by claiming it unintelligible. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to just first let me finish. Yeah, I was. Yeah, because I did want to contextualize the discussion, and the third bridge that I touched upon was the transcendental point that epistemic and ontological conditions converge. That the conditions making anything an object of experience are the conditions making anything real. And then, you know, basically these three together constitute the strongest available bridge from epistemology to ontology, you know, for the idealist. You know, they do not merely claim awareness is indubitable. They claim that the concept of reality, the intrinsic nature of physical things, and the transcendental conditions of objecthood all point to experience as constitutive of reality, rather than merely a medium through which reality is assessed. You know.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Like they kind of curb the metaphysical landscape. In other words, like, you know, science is not mute on these topics. That, you know, it can actually, you know, curb these notions. And the way you speak about that is a very similar way that I try to reference like a lot of the neuroscience of religion concerning mystical experience and stuff like that. You know, and you know, because like you can a lot of these studies on the phenomenology, they do converge. You know, they do show very similar phenomenology that cannot be denied, and so, you know, yeah, that's one thing that I think that points to you know, something real that we can even if you don't, you know, you don't want to buy the metaphysical aspect or the ontology, at the very least, you know, it does. I do think that science is not mute on this topic. You know, that's all we can say. And like the way you kind of defended, like I guess idealism is, and it kind of in a similar fashion. And you know, I would agree with that. You know, this is something that Alex Kay always points out to me. It's like, hey, if you're arguing with anyone, tell them to point out, where's the evidence that that consciousness is necessarily generated by the brain. Like that's always his go-to. But
yeah, and just so I'm not being like, oh, because I mean, what I'm trying to say is like, I pointed out all these bridges and their strengths, but there's like I told Scott earlier, there's also these arguments also have weaknesses, that they're for when we're talking about conceptual containment with existence, if people can say that this conflates conceptual dependence with ontological dependence, so that the concept of existence is structured by reference to awareness does not mean existence itself is constituted by awareness, but only that our concept of it is. So there are the idealists can make an argument, a strong case. It's just that there's always, I'd say, trade-offs to how you want to go about trying to make your case for idealism.
Yeah, usually you find those trade-offs in the boundary conditions of any model or framework. So like even with B theory, I mean, we've got some boundary issues, like there's philosophical problem, like why this space-time block rather than another? Why these laws? Why these boundary conditions? Why this history? What separates the spotlight focus of a conscious being from the rest of the static block? Why is the consciousness not static? Everything else seems to be ontologically static. Like it just appears to be dynamic because we're moving through the block. But apparently by the relativity, everything exists statically. So it seems to be incomplete, if anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just, and you would expect that. I would expect it to be, everything to be sort of incomplete because, like the block describes the outer relational structure of reality, but not the intrinsic, right?
Yeah.
So in some forms of idealism, the block itself could be understood as just patterns that you experience within consciousness rather than really independently existing on its own standalone existence. Because as long as you can't answer that, I mean, and you never really will because you're epistemically sort of stuck anyways. Where's the boundary conditions of consciousness itself, though? If the block universe is a complete four-dimensional structure, then every experience is already located somewhere in the block. So why is there a first-person experience of that? I mean, I don't know if anybody's really got the answer to that question. It's just kind of a given. But I think that if we were to be able to answer that somehow, if we were omniscient, it would really clue us in on what's going on. But like I say, I think the block universe is a very powerful example that we can use to show that maybe reality isn't the way it necessarily appears to us. And we've got experiences of evidence, even within our intersubjective count of it all, to back that shit up. So, this is why it's a good analogy, I think, to bring up, or a good model to bring up. Because it kind of highlights that. That's what I was talking to Dave about. And he never heard of the block universe theory. And then he thought that was just kind of like pseudoscience. But this was created by Einstein. I don't think he was a pseudoscientist.
Oh yeah, so cafes. How would you go about trying to not make naive idealism? Like, how would you avoid that trap?
Yeah, no, I really feel the weight of Scott's question, and I think one. I posted it in the private chat. I think you really like it, Scott. But,
I'll pull it up.
this guy they go over the how time travel would operate within a block universe. Sean Crow talks about a block multiverse, you know, and going back to what I said about Ian earlier, Ian is looking necessarily for a God that creates in time. Like he's trying to find some kind of a bifurcation that is paradoxical to disprove the whole thing, whereas he's not really considering the aspect of like what Paul
Well, to be fair, though, he's going off what's presented to him, though. If you watch carefully, like he'll ask them, "Did God create time?" Like, so he'll ask all those questions first, like, did God cause time and everything? And that's where the disagreement comes in. So that's why that whole thing. So he's sort of playing off their. It's really the believers that have the problem, to be honest with you.
Well,
most people.
Why I should call in and inform him that what I'm saying is that it's only relative in the way that he necessarily thinks about these things,
Right.
And yeah, so like one day I call in and I'm like, hey, did you consider this? Oh shit, you know what? I didn't. Shit. Let me implement this into my thought process, and the one I left for you, it's a real interesting notion of like how time travel would operate in a block universe, and it there's a real famous example of the I guess a paradox inside that model where like you find the UFO, right? And you don't know who invented it. You don't know, why it's there. But, if you continue going, forward in time, you eventually you see that it's humanity in the future. But they got the instructions from a supposed alien, whatever, but they don't know why that's there. So, it repeats itself onto eternity. Like no one, in other words, there's no true architect of, what I mean? Like they learned from someone who traveled in time and they picked it up from, you can't pin it down on a single architect. And there's a name for that paradox. I can't think of it at the moment, but I think, things like that, because like if you really examine Ian, he's only been kind of contemplating it for like a few months, like whereas you and I, Scott, have been like thinking about this shit for fucking years. You know what I mean? Like,
of course. Well, Ian is like 22 years old.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much like your typical Phil bro type.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. He's not necessarily relying on, so-called theists from the outside. Sure, yeah, someone can give him a leg up and fill him in. But the thing is, like, it really, I mean, when it comes down to those notions, it really is you on your own trying to grapple with those ideas. And like, man, like one, if I may remind you, I think it was, I forgot the name of the dude. He butted into one of our discussions once. Alejandro, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he was like trying to tell both of us like, yeah, but if you consider the eternal return, you have to understand that this moment, we're coming back to this idea at the same time. And you're like, yeah, I know. This is the nth time I've talked to you. I told you about this, And like he
telling you this forever.
Yeah, we've been doing this forever. We've had this discussion throughout all eternity. Yes. Yeah. And he wasn't getting it, man. And
he never changes his mind.
Yeah. That was lovely. I love that, dude. That was a perfect point to point out. And that's what it is. That's precisely what it is, man. Like you and I have had this discussion over and over, as you know, but the way Ian is approaching it is like he's approaching it for the first time. You know what I mean?
And we were talking about that earlier, that there's people that are quote unquote left brained and quote unquote right brained, right?
Mhm.
Like it's debatable whether there's such a thing as a right brain way of thinking or left brain. Like it's kind of it's more, the brain is more connected than we
Yeah.
think. But the thing about it is there is something to though that sort of observation that there are people on the spectrum that are more right brained or left brained depending on who they are. And so some people just simply cannot imagine approaching things from a more holistic way.
Mhm.
They just can't do it because it just doesn't make sense to them. So they're very detailed. So they go through every little minute detail. And that's what they feel is their strong point, is they reduce down to every little point, and then they start putting every little thing together in some logic trace, right? And they think that if you do that, you're going to come up with the truth. And then other people will come together with a more top-down approach. Well, no, it's like overall, this is what emerges out of reality, and it's an experience. It makes me feel a certain way. It's never going to be solved. It's so ambiguous. It's sort of a vague thing, but it's got clues here and there. That's a very right-brained way of thinking. And that's why they say most right-brained people are good with emotional intelligence, like dealing with human beings.
Yeah.
Whereas more left-brained people are your engineer types. They're not very good with people. They're very analytical and logical, but they miss so much. So it's kind of good to have a good balance, because I think that the right brain can give you the why and the left brain can give you solutions.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Particular questions, it's just a matter of using each one correctly. But if there is no why at the beginning of it, then what's the purpose of analyzing anything?
I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this condition that people sometimes get. It's I think it's like aphantasia. Yeah, where they can't, picture in their mind, a kind of like image in their head that represents something that relates to their thought, and like it's just empty. Which is like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I think Chesh, I don't know, that chick Chesh, she has that. She's she streams sometimes, but I don't know if you know her. She used to hang around with Steve McRae a lot. She has that. Aldous Huxley also had that. You know what I mean? And you would think that, man, this is like a real articulate, author, like, wow, he couldn't, he had this condition. And then there's the opposite of the condition of like, so it's like, I think the condition is aphantasia, and the opposite is called hyper aphantasia, where your imagery of your reverie is so vivid that it kind of meshes with your everyday reality. So so that kind of opposite that goes on there. But I find all that interesting as hell. I don't know if, Nell, I don't know if you were gonna throw something down.
No, I mean, we started this conversation off with just discussing the different metaphysical positions, and we focused in on idealism, and Scott explained or talked about how he tries to bridge the epistemology to the ontology, and I went through my own of bridge making. I was wondering about your own bridge making of like, how do you avoid just going, well, I have direct experience, therefore the entire world is direct experience.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, I really think it's important, because like a lot of people I meet, including Alex K, a lot of these people that are proponents of idealism, and they kind of advocate those sort of ideas.
Mhm.
When I asked Alex K, about his like, hey, were you ever influenced by psychedelics? It kind of seems to be always the case. And like, one of my favorite figures inside the Johns Hopkins research, his name's Dr. Roland. No, his name is Bill Richards, William A. Richards. He wrote a book on like he was involved with the early research during the 1960s, and his one of his mentors was uh, the guy that developed the peak experience. What's his name? I can't remember his name. The one that he coined the term peak experience. Let me see. I'll look him up real quick. Abraham Maslow.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Maslow?
Yeah, Maslow. And so, man, Dr. Bill Richards says, he often say that, these experiences, they will call into question, the very basic assumptions about consciousness. And a lot of people that have them, seem to, lean towards those kind of notions and stuff like that. So it's become, of course, for me, it's been important in my life in the sense that that's the whole thing that directed me in in that direction, because I've had these type of experiences, but you know what I mean? Like Terrence McKenna would say sometimes, and you can take this any way you want, but he would say there's two types of people, psychedelic and clueless. And, it was kind of his way of saying that, if you didn't have this, outlandish experience, even with William James, it was the same thing. Like he called it the noetic quality. And,
Mhm.
yeah. And it was not only, it was not just informative, but it had a certain weight of, more real than real. That's the way a lot of people would describe it. And William James would say that, yeah, it may be, something to consider for a lot of people, but it's not going to be something ultimate unless they had the experience for themselves. And if that if that didn't happen, bar none, there was nothing to be discussed. That was his attitude. You know what I mean? Like if you didn't have that experience, then fuck off. You have no idea what the fuck is going on here. And I find it interesting because a lot of people, not just Alex K, but his friend too. I forgot his friend's name. Scott, you probably know his name. Stash. They call him Stash.
Yeah. His
Yeah.
buddy Brian.
Yeah, he's another one, man. He told me too, man. He said like if it wasn't for like high dose psychedelics, that he wouldn't have been drawn to that
Yeah.
that train of thought.
Brian is a very interesting character because the thing about Brian is he was a diehard physicalist, atheist, rationalist, engineer type guy.
Yeah.
He very kind of dyed in the wool, like I say. He wasn't going to pivot. And that's why this whole thing of idealism has just blown his mind. Like he's one of these guys where his realization of all this stuff is more, I think, profound for him just because he was so deeply dogmatic before.
Yeah, okay.
And that creates an even more sort of stark reference for him. So now that he sort of came to the dark side, so to speak, it really just every day he just admits it's sort of like now he doesn't even need the hallucinogens, just his own being. The fact that the light went off in his head for whatever reason is sort of a psychedelic experience in itself for him.
Definitely. Hell yeah, man.
Because of where he's come from,
when I asked him, like, I'm always interested in like how high people have gone. When I asked him, he said he had hit 14 dried grams, right? I'm like, oh man, that's fucking interesting as hell, because that's where I left off. You know, like I stopped messing with it after when I hit 14. I'm like, that's it, man. You know, I don't even know if do I even have to chew more? You know what I mean? Like, like, yeah, dude. I'm like, holy shit, dude. And like, I'm like, yeah, dude. I it was the same amount for me. I was like, damn, it's crazy. It's 14. That you know, these I don't know what you call it, synchronicity. These numbers that keep on coming up. Like, I'll give you another example. Like, when I first got introduced to it, I was 23. When I had my first like high dose and shit, and man, when I started studying all the people that you know approached it, it was 23, man. Alex Gray, 23, Timothy Leary, you know, like all these dudes are like 23. What the hell is with that number 23? It kind of like, it kind of reminded me of like that the 27 Club. You know, that's another one that a lot of people bring up. The, you know, the famous, you know, number that like Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, you know, Jimi Hendrix, Kurt Cobain, you know, they all, you know, died somehow at 27. Yeah, for some reason, yeah, the number 23 kept on popping up with Bill Richards, and you know, this guy that I mentioned, Bill Richards at Johns Hopkins. Yeah, man, 23. Like, you know, what's with that? I have no idea. I don't know what to make of that. It's kind of like one time Joe Rogan. He had Alex Gray, you know, the tool artist, on, you know, on the podcast, right? And man, Alex Gray was bringing up all these instances of like these depictions of art that, like, man, dude, if you can bring this up, Scott, that would be fucking badass, dude.
What's that?
It's I think it's the Beastie Boys. It's like, I think it's like their 1987 album, something like that. And in the background, you see the two planes flying into, you know, the skyscrapers.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is that's from their video from that old album?
It's in the album art. It's in the album art, and man, Alex Gray, during that interview with Joe Rogan, he starts going off into every single album, all the way to Chicago, to all these bands. Like check this out, man. Like what is with this? Like what to make of this? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, who the fuck knows, man? And like, yeah, maybe something like you know, Carl Jung was talking about, like synchronicity is true. I can buy into that. Like, hell yeah.
I mean, reality is just really strange, man. I mean, we've all had, you know, particular experiences we can't explain. There's been all kinds of stuff. None of that stuff, to be honest with you, since I've gotten really into non-dualism and idealism, none of that stuff is really all that let me see, what's the word? Impressive.
Yeah, I was
like it's just part of it. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. Like you know, it wouldn't surprise me. Like, really, what I've come to kind of learn is that nothing really surprised me. Like, if it turns out that aliens are here and God and it's God and all that, or if it turns out it's all just swamp gas and made up bullshit, none of those options surprise me for some reason. They're both on equal footing as far as I feel. Like, if I was to look up in the sky and see God and he says, "Hello, Scott, I am the Lord God," I'm not going to like faint and go cry and run. I was like, oh, okay. Because of my experience on, you know, psychedelics, it's my experience in life in general. And like you said before, you brought up the aphantasia.
Yeah.
Where you have little or no mental imagery about stuff. Well, that calls into question, really, what is imagination then? Because these people function normally. And like the hyperphantasia people, the extreme vivid mental imagery, you know, most people are somewhere in between, right? So that seeing with the mind is not a single uniform human experience. It's like a spectrum of internal experience styles that people have. So if someone reports that they've seen, someone get resurrected from the dead, okay, so what? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything to me. It's just that's just consciousness expressing itself, whether you want to call it an illusion or maybe it's an intersubjective fact of the matter, okay. But it's intersubjective, right?
Yeah.
There's people who look in the sky and see the Virgin Mary. And then some people among the crowd that don't see the Virgin Mary or whatever. But
I absolutely agree with you, man. But okay, I gotta send this to you, man, because it kind of freaked me out, dude. And I think it's gonna get under your craw just a little bit. I think, yeah, like even if you're like, oh yeah, I'm not impressed. I wasn't either. You know what I mean? Like I really wasn't either, man. But like when this guy started building onto these cases, because that's what synchronicity does. It builds on. It's not just like this one case scenario. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole reason why it's synchronicity in the first place, is because it has these build cases. The link I left in the private. Can you possibly blow that up if you?
Sure. What's the name of it?
I left it in the private chat. It's a link right there. It's a big old link right there.
Is it in the private chat? Okay, cool. Let me
yeah. If you could blow that up on the screen, man. So
no problem. I'll do it right now.
Maybe I can convince you.
Oh damn! I can't reach it. Let me just click it.
Okay. It's not doing it.
There we go. 1 second. I'm going to share the screen. Ooh.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I don't know if you can blow even that up right there, but so right here, Alex Gray, I did the album art for Beastie Boys during I think this is like late 80s right here. This is a late 80s painting right here, right? And so, yeah, clearly, you have, on one side you have, pollution, and the other side of the tree you have like, prosperity. You have, where life is flourishing and so forth, right? And but if you look really closely into the background of the polluted side, you'll see the two towers standing.
Yes.
And then you'll see also the planes.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, dude. Yeah, man. And this was done during the late 80s. And but this is one of many, man. And so like it was so much to the fact that Alex Gray was beginning to think like, man, maybe there's some kind of like a hint in our species itself that is kind of like, going towards this and stuff. And like, because man, if you watch,
it would not surprise me in the least. It's just that usually I don't argue for stuff kind of like that, even though I hold it as a possibility in my mind. Like I've myself experienced things I can't really explain that were very synchronous. To me, I feel like they are, that's the impression, honestly, they left me. But, the thing that I wouldn't do, because the thing is that, you see, logic works within any framework, right? So if your framework of reality and applied logic only works within that framework, then anything like something like what you're showing us here is going to have to be explained differently. like, oh, coincidence, or oh, it's just something, coincidence. Usually that's always the
Yeah.
case, and that's fine. It works perfect within their framework of that logic that would deny anything like premonitions or synchronicities or anything like that. They'll simply come
Yes.
with a different explanation that's totally valid within their framework. And so what you have to do is go beyond the thing itself that you're talking about, and you have to give them a reason why should you enter into a different framework. And then, you start having those sort of conversations, right?
Yes. No, I agree with you, man. And
it's just hard to do, man. It's really, in my experience, I've been doing this shit like you were just saying. We've been doing this shit for years. Until someone's willing to let go of their dogmas and commitments, I mean, they're not moved by this shit. This shit just, they've got their explanation. It's coincidence. So who cares? Like, show me something impressive. Show me where my dead grandmother came to life after being dead for the last 10 years. Show me that shit. Then we can talk about supernatural and synchronicity and all that shit. That's what they would like to say.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really work that way, does it?
Well, well, that's why I want to.
Oh man, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna link you, man, because you would be surprised, man. Because Alex Gray, obviously, he's like a real in-depth artist. He's he obviously he pays attention to detail, and some of the examples he brings up, I think will make if not make you think twice, kind of make you nudge your neck a little bit, because yeah, man. I mean, like, holy crap. Like, okay, I'll give you another example. Terrence McKenna had this. There's a talk that you can find on YouTube of Terrence, and he's speaking on fractals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and so like he's talking about traversing the side of a beach, and he says he's counting his steps, and every I guess 40,000 step, like he's really getting into it. He says that there's a very smooth, round, black pebble that he always counts at like the 40,000 step, and he's trying to calculate, why is that? Like, is it that the beach is constructed in such a way that it's fractal in nature, and that whenever I reach this pivotal point, I always find this black pebble, because every time he counts that step, he finds that pebble. And I think it's a very similar thing with Alex Gray and what's going on with the art there. I think he's noticing some kind of like a fractal pattern, and yes, you're right, it may not be something impressive. Maybe it's something that's embedded inside the very nature of reality itself. So why be awestruck by it? This is the way things have always been and always were. Like, there's no reason to be surprised.
Right. I mean, because part of what's entailed in these sort of things is that they're very, very extremely rare.
Yeah.
So for the most part, I just apply my logic within the framework of what's regular and regularities. The whole thing about what's regular. I don't usually experience my car getting up and flying to different jobs. If it did, that would be. But if something like that happened, then it would be there's some sort of something about reality I'm not aware of, and that's totally not surprising, because who says that I should understand everything the way it is? But there's cases like, I think the things people want to look at that would surprise them and I've seen this. There's videos of people that set themselves on fire,
Yeah.
and then they ever burned. There's
Matt, real quick, if you don't mind,
yeah.
this Instagram one right here, it's one of Alex Gray's where he goes over like all these examples. If you can throw that up on there, yeah, I think, you know, yeah, right here, it's a real interesting example of the synchronicity that he's trying to point to, I think. And you'll find an image. Yeah. So like, yeah, if you see the arrow on the top, like on the very top, traverse that arrow, that right arrow on the side of the image. You see it right there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, keep on going. So yeah, keep on going. Yeah, so he has his visitor. This is another album. You know, the going on, keep on going. This is another album.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another one. Another thing that was done prior to the event. This thing right here. But
this interesting,
real interesting coincidence, man. Like that.
Are you familiar with Dean Radin?
No.
No? Oh my God, dude!
Say it again, Dean.
You are going to, man. You've got to get his new book, man. You're going to go crazy when you learn about Dean Radin.
Dean Radin.
Dean Radin. D-E-A-N.
Yeah.
Radin,
Okay.
R-A-D-I-N.
Okay. Does he have a wiki page? No.
Hold on, let me see if I can pull up something about Dean Radin. Yeah, because he believes in magic, you know, and he's a researcher, and he does interviews. Let me pull one of his things up, real short one. Which is the best one? I think Closer to Truth interview might be a good one. Yeah, hold on. I think you'll love this guy. Now, I didn't even realize you didn't know who he was. That's funny.
I'm surprised as well, man.
All right, so let me play this video. Hold on a second. Oh, I got to get through the ads. I won't play all of it, just maybe some stuff. All right, let me go ahead and share the screen. Here we go.
I was extremely skeptical. What convinced me, though, was in 2000. I went to one of the so-called PK parties, and I wanted to see somebody do this. So there's a spoon where the bowl is bent in half. And the reason why I became convinced that this was possible is because I did it.
Dean, let's talk about your book, The Science of Magic, How the Mind Weaves the Fabric of Reality. Overall, how does this book differ from your previous books, and how does it continue the sequence of the arc or the architecture of what you're trying to explain?
So my first book was The Conscious Universe, and that was addressing a criticism that was popular back in late 90s from critics who said there's no evidence that these phenomena exist and they're not repeatable. And so it's not part of science. Well, I knew that that wasn't correct because meta-analyses had already been conducted and shown that, yeah, these things are small effects, but they're repeatable. That's what meta-analysis is useful for showing. So that's what that book is about, just laying the groundwork, saying these are real effects that have been repeated many, many times, and this is why. The second book was called Entangled Minds, which was all about the physics as best as we could understand at the time. Why it makes sense from a physics perspective, mainly about non-locality. The third book was Supernormal, which was about the Eastern esoteric traditions, mainly yoga, talking about the cities, the powers, that again, one-to-one correspondence with psychic phenomena from ancient times till now. The fourth book is Real Magic, which is looking at the Western esoteric practices, which are called magic, but it's basically at Hermeticism and that sort of thing. My most recent book, The Science of Magic, is a continuation of the book Real Magic and bringing both the evidence for psychic phenomena up to date, but also addressing two other issues. One is that it looks like we were in a paradigm shift within science about consciousness in 2018 when I wrote Real Magic. And now it is very clear that we're in the midst of the paradigm change right now. So what seemed to be happening, now I can say, yes, it is definitely happening. And the other.
But anyways, yeah, he goes on. Look at the interview. If this kind of stuff is interesting to you, Dean Radin is the man for that, because he'll talk all about experiments, you know.
No, I love that guy. Well, I forgot his what's his name? Not Graydon, but the other interviewer.
Oh yeah. Lawrence, Robert Lawrence Kuhn.
Yeah, Kuhn. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, I really like that guy. There's this one that I'm always trying to. I'll put it in the private chat, man. Whenever you have a chance, maybe you've already seen it, but he interviews Susan Blackmore on near-death experiences, and
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's another good topic. Near-death experience.
Another good topic. Yeah, and you know she was. Yeah, no, go for it.
Well, because I used to be fascinated with I still am fascinated with near-death experience. Now, I haven't really come to any sort of hard conclusions on that, but I think that I have come to some conclusions, the more meaningful conclusions, and I'll explain what I mean. So I used to do interview work for IANS, the International Association of Near-Death Studies. And I used to go there weekly and interview people and do research for them, right? Mm-hmm. And so I used to be very familiar with the commonalities, the differences. Culture plays a difference in how people describe the experience. Yeah. But the core, you can't be naive. You have to look at these things in context, and then then you can see the similarities, because no matter what the culture is, no matter what the background the person has, whatever, they come to common things like a life review, something like a tunnel, something like a higher power, something like an out-of-body experience,
or ego
death, feeling of love and peace and unity and non-duality. All of these things are the common, and they used to give us something called a Grayson scale.
Yeah.
And the Grayson scale is pretty much how you distinguish between a hallucination, which never meets the Grayson scale, and an NDE, which is supposed to always meet the Grayson scale on at least 2 or 3 commonality measures, right? And hallucinations never meet the Grayson scale because they don't meet the criteria. But NDEs always do. In fact, they usually meet at least those common experiences I mentioned. And then one of the major things, though, the one that's really impressive to me, is the fact that the life change, like every NDE person, whether they attribute it to a god, supernatural, or just the psychological thing, no matter what they come back as to how they interpret it, in either case, they always come back more empathetic, sympathetic. They value life a lot better. They treat people a whole lot better, and they become more spiritual, and they usually leave religions alone. That's in every case, whether they be attributing it to a god or to supernatural or just a psychological phenomena, because there's some folks that report, yeah, but it was just a dream I had. But but they always met the Grayson scale. In other words, they don't fear death anymore. It's almost like they look forward to it.
Yeah.
So that's very telling. And it gives me a lot of meaning in life, because it makes me feel, I would hope, if I ever, when the day comes that I do die, I want my last experience, if it is the last experience you have, this NDE, if that is your last experience, I want it to be as pleasant as possible. I don't want a regretful kind of life review. I want it to be as positive as possible, whether that lasts forever or not. It really doesn't matter, because at that point, time is sort of relative,
No, I absolutely agree with you. And man, I'm trying to find I wanted to remove my camera filter so I can talk to you face to face. Anyway, no, I absolutely agree with that. And one thing that it's funny, because like a lot of people, when I see Matt Dillahunty try to talk about NDEs and stuff like that, a lot of his audience always say like, well, yeah, it wasn't an actual death experience. Like almost like they're missing the entire fucking point. Like, like in other words, they're looking for a flat line, And
they're approaching it from a very left brain sort of way. They're not looking for the why or the meaning or the impact or anything like that. Yes. The fact is that everybody's going to die. And everyone may, as it turns out, have, or a lot of people may have, what we call a near-death experience. And they meet the Grayson scale. There's just commonalities that if you are going to have an NDE, it is going to be defined in terms of those commonalities. And those commonalities that the NDEers always come back and tell me is that, dude, you are going to die one day, Scott. So be very mindful of how you live life today. In other words, try to treat people right, try to do the right thing in every situation, and all of this kind of stuff, because you are going to die one day. And whether this NDE is a glimpse into the afterlife or maybe just a psychological dream or something, hallucination, whatever you want to say it is.
Yeah.
It's still going to be your last experience. And it's going to be something you're going away on, Yeah. And it's just, I want mine to be as pleasant as possible.
Yes.
Because look, after you die, you're not going to experience anything. If that's
I agree, and it's funny. I'm getting like kind of caught up in my mind with you know who Bill Hicks is. Yeah, he's like
simulation theory guy who
he's like
died shortly after. Yeah.
That scenario, if it's all true, that you go to the pearly gates and you die, and you meet St. Peter or whatever. If that scenario is all true, I want him to greet you. Hey, man, you have a light? What do you mean, you smoke up here? He's like, yeah, man. What do you think these clouds are? Like, this is not some kind of like heaven halos. These are cigarette smoke, buddy. I don't know. What you said kind of reminded me of that, but at the same time, the thing I wanted to throw out there was that man, it's real commonplace that I hear, especially amongst like the line or atheist experience and so forth. They always talk about like actual death experience and flatlining or whatever. Like they're always like, it's called a near death experience for a reason. It's not an actual death experience. It like completely missing the point. Yeah, of course, we're not talking about actual death experience. We're talking about a moment where you could say that your ego was able to let go, like a potential ego death experience. And yeah, so like it's not that you're trying to reach beyond the cosmic fence, of mortality. It's more that there's a reality that's always present, and it's veiled by our ego. And during these very brief moments when we have this separation, we get to see that, and that's, I think that's more explanatory towards what it may be, because like I really despise that talk of like, no, it's it's not there's a reason it's not a actual death experience, and like, man, that's completely missing the point. And yeah, and I know you get that, you understand that.
Oh yeah, man, and it's a really good.
And everything that you were pointing out with the NDEs is exactly what I wanted to say. You know what I mean? Like especially with the Susan Blackmore, she points these things out as well. She says the most interesting aspect, and she even says like, this is something that I always try to bring up with you too. Is like, there's mystical experiences that can be unique to the individual. That if you grew up Christian, you may see Christ on the cross. If you grew up Muslim, you may see Muhammad and so forth. But there is, I guess, a certain level of convergence where these experiences it's no longer about your personal upbringing or your religious history and so forth. Now it's become about this phenomenon of ego death, and that can't be pinned down to something unique. It seems to be more universal to everyone, and that's what Susan Blackmore points out. That's what you pointed out, in this discussion of what interests you about ego death. Like, yeah. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people overlook, man. They don't understand that there's a dynamic to these experiences, and at a certain point, they do coalesce. And yes,
part of being human. No one can describe an experience entirely the same. It's going to always be reflective of an individuality, but you can pinpoint the commonalities if you're wise enough, if you're aware enough, if you can,
yes.
If you want to see it. Like, if everybody looks at the same event on 9/11, some people describe it differently.
Yeah.
But the one thing that we can all agree on is that planes did hit this building and the building did collapse and people were running and it was an awful day.
And people were jumping out windows.
Yeah, but other people will tell you about different, scenarios or different perspectives. It's just like the gospel accounts in the Bible, as they say. It's just stories told from different perspectives, from different people, not contradictions. The main thing is that Jesus, he lived.
One that really stuck with me, man, is like I think it was a female who was describing it. She was saying, at first I thought she's like, if I knew what I was recording, I would have put down the camera. I wouldn't have recorded it. But when I first was recording this, I thought I was watching debris fly out these windows. It took me a while to realize that these were human bodies, jumping out. And that really stuck with me, man. But hell yeah, I absolutely agree with you, man. It all depends on your take with stuff like that.
And see, you have to understand what's going on. In my opinion, I'm not a psychologist. I don't want to engage in psychobabble, but there is a thing that's called epistemic virtue or epistemic responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And what it is it's a psychological term. It's a very strong moral prerogative that says that just morally everyone should be accountable to have proper epistemic responsibility for beliefs. To believe on weak evidence is immoral. To avoid motivated reasoning is moral. To update beliefs when warranted is a virtue. Like you must meet these criteria. And so it's very left-brained in its approach a lot of times. Like people like that are usually these engineering types, which is kind of weird, but they're like good belief formation is a reflection of your moral character. Like they'll say that people who aren't intellectually honest are liars. That's why a lot of times they'll call theists liars. Or they'll call them, you know, con artists or something derogatory.
Yeah.
You
I've
know,
always wondered why that is. I mean, I just figured that, they don't believe God to be true, so they automatically, the theist is a liar, like by default, it's not that the theist actually lied. It's just that the atheist has no other way to frame the reaction,
right. That's what I'm getting at, is that, say somebody has this experience, and really all experiences, unless you can relate to people with your experience. That's why they call them the mundane.
Mhm.
This term in philosophy, you call it, oh, that's just mundane, or they call it trivial. That's just a trivial truth. Like to say that, I can't prove it, but I'm walking my dog today.
Mhm.
And then they'll say, well, I know you can't prove it, but that's a trivial thing. That's mundane. So I can grant you that. But if you were to say, I saw some guy be resurrected from the dead, then for me to say that, because I experienced it, because it's a personal experience I had, it was a vision, or no one else was around, or whatever, then the old saying, extraordinary events or extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It meets a different standard. You have to have a different standard based on the quality of the claim,
Mhm.
right? And so if you can't meet that qualification, then there's a moral sort of outrage that happens among people like that. Is that, it is triggering. It's like, yeah, well, give me the proof, dude. Like, cool story, bro, but where's your evidence? What they're asking you is, please meet the moral standard of why you would make such a claim. And the funny thing about that is there probably will be no evidence good enough ever, even if they were brought, because it just really depends on the person. If you're someone who's emotionally committed to not believing in certain things, like a Muslim is just not going to believe Jesus was raised from the dead. He's not going to believe that. And if you got into a time machine and brought him back to the first century, and you saw Jesus walk away from the tomb, a lot of Muslims would just start praying to Allah, please protect me from these demons. Please protect me from these demons,
Oh, yeah.
Or they'll come up with something else. An atheist will say, oh, I'm just hallucinating. I had an atheist tell me that one time. He said, if I did see a UFO land right in front of me, I would not believe it. I would just understand that I'm having a hallucination. But if I saw a car in front of me, a red car, I would easily grant that, because it's mundane. It's something that's normal. But something like a UFO or something that's outside of my worldview, I'm just not going to accept it. And I'm going to gaslight myself before I actually accept my own lying eyes. You know what I mean? It's because of the emotional commitment people place on certain things.
I get it all the time, man, with trying to advocate the neuroscience of religion. People will tell me, well, no, these are not mystical experiences. You're listening to quacks. They're describing, hallucinations. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Which I always try to naysay. I'm like, no, these are actual professionals. They make they can distinguish between hallucination and mystical experience. Actually, you don't know what you're talking about, but so it goes. You know what I mean?
It's even worse than that sometimes. Yeah. Like, I had an interview. I went on this atheist channel. I think it's what was it called? It's called Answers from Atheists was the channel.
Oh yeah.
And I went on
Mike, right?
Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I went on there, and he says, "Why do you even believe consciousness is a thing?" And I said, "Because I have experiences every day." And he goes, "You don't have experiences. No one has experiences. Those are extraordinary claims." He goes, no one has a conscious experience, not one. All you have is brain processes. And I can break it down to you how all these neurons connect and fire to explain all of that stuff. It all starts with your thalamus, and it talks to eventually to your executive functioning, and all these left brain explanations to describe what's going on in a brain. And he goes, but there's no experience. There's just this happening. That's what's really going on. And, my thing was, well, how do you know all of that? How do you know all that if you didn't have an experience of observing all that brain stuff? And he goes, no, I didn't observe any of that. What I'm trying to tell you, Scott, is consciousness is not a thing. It doesn't exist. You're just talking, and you're just making noises out of the front side of your head to say that consciousness and experience and qualia, all this is just noise. There's nothing really going on other than that.
No, I really think that's like a common refuge of the atheist.
It's logically where it leads, because
to regard consciousness,
right? If you're going to deny, it's like the only last alternative is just to deny consciousness. Period. Then the whole problem goes away, doesn't it? There's no higher problem of consciousness if there's no consciousness.
Man, I linked in the private chat. I'm pretty sure you've heard of that guy Kurt. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he does like
Jamagu.
Mungo. Oh, is that how you say it?
Yep.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. He's interviewing Castro, the idealist, the famous idealist, and Susan Blackmore, this same atheist that I mentioned that did the
they were debating,
the one that I mentioned that did the near-death experience and stuff, and she retracted to calling consciousness an illusion, right? And Castro really pinned her like to a corner, like he's like, well, okay, what do you mean by illusion, like. And she had to back up and say, like, I don't know exactly what I mean by illusion. I just know that it's something that I can't fully define. And for me, that's what illusion means. You know what I mean? And like kind of like and so Castro was trying to say, like, okay, well, then you're just leaving it out in the open. You're kind of agnostic on consciousness. You're not saying anything on consciousness. You're just saying you have an agnostic position on consciousness. That's all you're saying. Because people who really advocate that it's an illusion really say it's an illusion. And so Castro was really like pinning her down to it. I'm like, oh shit, man, this guy, he was kind of relentless to it. And like, she had to, confide. She had to like, relinquish her position because like he was right. Like she was merely saying some kind of like, she was merely admitting to some kind of agnostic position on consciousness. She wasn't
self-refuting.
She wasn't committing. Yeah, she wasn't committed to the illusion.
Right. I mean,
right. It's self-refuting
because if consciousness is an illusion, then why should I trust anything you say?
Yeah, no, you're right. If you really commit to it, it's a self-refuting commitment there. Yeah, I agree.
It's just like people who are into this scientism and scientific thinking. It's like, if it can't be verified, like the guy said, well, the thing is with conscious experience, that's an internal. You're talking about an introspection is what you mean. You're doing introspection, and we know introspection is unreliable. The thing about it is, unless you can verify it, prove it, demonstrate it, then it's meaningless, Scott.
Yeah.
All this introspection is it's meaningless unless you can verify it. But my question is, well, how do you verify the verification principle?
Yeah.
Without appealing to how do you know introspection is meaningless without appealing to introspection? it's like all this kind of shit is just very circular thinking.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Very weak philosophy.
Yeah, that's why I really, agree with Alex when he says, like, neuroscience, is in no position to say, to pin down a model of consciousness. He's right about that. And, yeah. And so, like, and I tried to get him to go on. Like, I know I've been begging you to do Thinker's channel. I know maybe you'll get around to it, but
I tried, man. She's so late at night.
Yeah,
I tried a few times.
Yeah, she is late. Well, I try to get Alex to do make a bloodbath with tacos, and a lot of the real prominent atheists over there that hang out there, they hold the same position. I'm like, okay, what's your position on consciousness? It's just a generative case. They say it's like a grammatical marker, which is very akin to saying the same thing as illusion. It's just another way of saying the same thing. And I was trying to point that out to this one guy. His name is Kurt. And a lot of people look up to him there because he has the PhD. I think in biology and but when it comes to consciousness, he always brings up the Glasgow scale. That's a scale that to measure unconsciousness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I brought it up to Alex. I'm like, it was like, yeah. Alex pointed out, he's like, yeah, but this is not. This scale measures levels of consciousness. It doesn't measure, the ontology of consciousness itself. Like, why is he even bringing it up? Like, as though it speaks on ontology, right. The way he was talking about it, like, man, I guess, a lot of these atheists, they're so inured and imbued with these assumptions, man, that they don't realize that they're assumptions.
Well, it's all of us. We're all.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is all of us. I'm pretty sure there's some that I don't recognize in myself too, as well.
Yeah, it's just something we all deal with. It's cognitive bias and motivated reasoning, and it's one of the things that we all have to sort of keep in check. Yeah. How's it going, Joe? Thanks for joining, brother.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up? You all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. What's up? Well, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
I'm on the phone. I just really wanted to pop in and ask y'all to maybe realize that you're kind of generalizing about atheists here, where, I think if anything, you're talking about people who are committed physicalists.
But I can do that because I'm an atheist. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, I was going to say, there's a lot of us atheists who are fine with just saying, we don't necessarily know what's going on.
If you have that intuition, that's exactly who we're pointing to, man. We are pointing to those type of rigid atheists. So yeah, I wouldn't try to put it across the board. I agree with you.
I mean, I guess it just follows that if someone's a physicalist, then they don't believe in a God. I guess that just is going to be the case. But again, I don't think it's atheists that you're talking about.
That's right.
I think it's one of those, maybe, all of one, as I said, all the physicalists may be atheists, but all of the atheists are not necessarily going to be physicalists, and they're not necessarily going to take that attitude. So, just in the effort of being precise.
No, you're good, man. Thanks for pointing that out, because we oftentimes forget to make disclaimers, and again, it cuts all kinds of ways with all kinds of people. Like sometimes, whenever I'm trying to talk about non-duality or idealism, like within these atheist channels or whatever, or groups or whatever, they always ask me, there's always one or two guys that'll say, yeah, just tell me, where's your God? Show me your God. And it's like, what? I didn't even mention God. And they're like, yeah, well, obviously you believe in God because you're going on about consciousness.
Another common one is I don't see anything supernatural in any of this.
Right. That's
As
another
though, you know, like that. Yeah, that's the ultimate barometer of what God should be. Yeah, you know, yeah, it's a real common assumption amongst a lot of atheists that I hear. I'm not, you know, not to be what's the word, Joe?
Well, overgeneralizing.
Yeah, overgeneralizing, or when you're being too pedantic. There's another one. I forgot the term for it, but it'll come back to me. But one thing I've noticed is that they tend to think that supernatural in some form, I guess, usually defined as that which violates the laws of physics. You know, if that's not happening, you're not proving God. So yeah, get out of town. That seems to be the case.
Yeah, and even physicists who talk about different ideas, like cutting edge ideas, people say, oh, they're just appealing to the supernatural. Like I've heard that said about, you know, like this quantum mind stuff with Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff. They're trying to come up with this quantum explanation for experience. And people, you know, you get that big eye roll like, oh, God, here we go. More supernatural bullshit. And it's like, no, not necessarily. You know, it's just building on what we know and trying to make some connections. And I think people just have boundaries in their concepts that they're not willing to cross. Because, you know, for so long, like I think Michael Shermer was really successful at this, is always saying about Deepak Chopra, you know, quantum mechanics is weird, consciousness is weird, so they must be connected somehow. Like it's that simple. But if you really listen to Roger Penrose, he has a very good reason for why he's looking for quantum solutions for stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. And it wasn't asymptote that I was looking for. It was another term, like you know, when you're being metaphorically, you know, you're going to infinite with the metaphor, but you don't really mean that. There's a name for that. I can't remember. I'll figure it out.
Full of shit.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about, you know, stuff that no one has the answer to. So my approach is that everything should be on the board, should be on the table. And I know a lot of people feel like, no, Scott wants it to be idealism or something. And I really don't care, honestly, whatever the answer is going to turn out to be. It's just that I have to go by, you know, if I'm going to work inside of a commonly agreed to framework to explain shit, then, you know, I'm going to lean the way I do because of taking those rules more, maybe what it is I'm taking the rules too serious.
Yeah.
Like
hyperbole.
Because some people, but you're going too far with it. It's like
that's what I was looking for, hyperbole, and I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah. When you're, you know, you make it seem as though you're taking it that far, but you don't really mean it in that sense. So there's a lot of hyperbole that goes on there. Go for it.
Like I saw one where I think we were talking about that atheist kid, Ian, I forget his last name.
Allegedly Ian, yeah.
And he was talking to a Christian, and they were talking about, he asked him, well, does God know what time it is? And the guy said, of course, he knows everything. Yeah, he knows what time it is. And he goes, okay. So then every moment he updates his knowledge about what time it is, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he goes,
no, you're right.
that means that God changes. You know, he changes because he constantly updates.
You perfectly pinpointed the very misconception that he has about eternalism. You know, like, because, you know, eternalism is not saying that God changes.
Updates. He already knows everything. Right?
Yeah. It's the relationship is more that, it may look like a change from moment to moment, but it's just a relationship between point A and B. There is no change within that dynamic, and that's the whole point of McTaggart's, you know, B theory. That's the whole point of eternalism. You know, that's the whole point of the block universe, and I think Ian misses that. Like you perfectly depicted it in the very example you gave right there. Like, I think that depicts his very misunderstanding of the concept.
Yeah. And it's just a way to say, because, you know, and it really confuses people. And instead of really pointing out the thing that you just pointed out about that relationship to an overall reality that exists as like one thing. And that's really what God is when he knows. But because he's talking to people who haven't really thought about these things, they're like, well, you're just getting too technical, you know. Yeah, he updates his knowledge, but it doesn't really change. So they agree with him that God updates every moment that he learns a new moment, right?
Yeah.
And then they say, but it's not that important because you're just taking a very small thing and trying to be hyperbolic about it.
Yes.
And it's,
you know,
like, it's like, not really, because he's just being consistent. And so,
you're right. It is consistent.
So I undergo the same problem. You know, if I talk to people sometimes about some of this stuff, they're like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you're trying to take one little thing and it's doing too much work for you, I think. It's like, no, not really. It's just, I'm just applying it consistently.
Yeah, you're right about that. Even if it's a misconception, it's still being applied consistently within the domain of his misconception.
Right. Yeah. So that's why we say, instead of us arguing about things we agree on, let's argue about what frameworks we need to enter into, if possible. It may not be possible that we can know which framework to best approach things, because that's based on, you know, our commitments, you know, and like I said, the way that we think and the way that what our preferences are. It's like there's this one philosophy. This is really philosophical models really just are determined by what people favor over another. That's all. It's all subjective. It's not really there's no objective right philosophy to approach the world. It's just subjective. And if you're committed to your subjective framework, like maybe you're committed to theism as the right way to approach it, then of course physicalism isn't going to make sense, and vice versa. Like I always tell people, you know, they're like, well, how do you prove that consciousness, that the brain doesn't, or that the brain is generated by consciousness, you know, and all these things? How do you explain, you know, a lot of these problems? Like we see consciousness being generated from the brain, or emergent, strongly emergent, you know, and all of these kind of things. And I'm like, actually, it doesn't make sense. Whatever I'm saying doesn't make any fucking sense on physicalism. So you're right. I would pretty much lose. My argument is just dumb. That's because I'm not wearing your glasses. I'm wearing my glasses. And you're trying to keep your glasses on, and then you're trying to look through my glasses while you're wearing your glasses. You know, like Paul Russell always says, the ontological optometry.
Yeah. No,
you know, you're trying to investigate the world while you're wearing your ontological lens through the lens of someone else, and it's always going to come out blurry and not very sensible, right?
I agree. One I really like is the Doc in Back to the Future with the DeLorean. He's like, Marty, you're not thinking fourth dimensionally. When he's talking about like he's like, but the train, the track ends. The train's gonna fucking fall into the pit. Like, he's like, no, in the future it's built. Like the track continues, and like he's like, Marty, you're not thinking fourth dimensionally. Like, you're not seeing the whole picture. Like, it's another way of saying the same thing. And see, like, man, I've been wanting to call in to Ian's, but at the same time I don't want to, because I want to see how far he takes this tizzy of his, because like it's already a done deal for us. Why are we going to spoil this guy's illusion, right?
Yeah.
And so, like,
hey, the way I look at it, whenever you go public, and I'm included in that, whenever you go public to talk about anything, you are inviting feedback.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of setting yourself up for that feedback. Okay, Nell dropped out, and she says, you guys have fun, got to go. All right, we'll see you, Nell. Thanks a lot.
No,
well,
Yeah,
I
bye
agree with
now.
that. Yeah. What's funny is he has a Discord, right? And I drew him. Yeah, like out of boredom, I'm like, I'm gonna draw Ian, and I drew him with his curly hair and I spinning his pen, and then I drew like a little chat bubble saying, like, if you had a button to end cancer, would you press it or whatever? Some nonsense that he always talks about. And he saved it as his avatar, and to this day, it's still the same avatar. he hasn't changed it. So I don't know. I'll post it in the private chat, man. It's in my
his show, the way that he runs it, he's a rage baiter. So he likes to talk. He likes to be very kind of annoying with his voice and annoying with his statements, and he likes to ask you, what's wrong, man? Did I just hit the reset button, or did you just have a breakdown? I'm fucking kicking the shit out of you right now, and you're just concussed right now. And they throw all of that's just for entertainment purpose. So I don't take them very seriously, like they're ever really going to have a conversation on their channels. Like, my channel isn't like that. Like, we're sitting here having an honest conversation back and forth and disagreeing and agreeing and changing our minds on the spot sometimes, But on a format like that, you got to understand that they're just in it for the likes and the subs. And
oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the whole reason. At least from my vantage point, I've never seen, an atheist do it out of passion.
No.
Especially in the case of Ian, it's to either embarrass his interlocutor, or give people the impression that he won the argument, or like, so that he can get the super chat. Like, that's really because he's not arguing for the sake of philosophy and theology to understand it better. Like, no.
If I needed to make money with YouTube, that's what I would stop doing. What I do immediately, and I would start having a theist call-in show.
Yeah.
Because number one, no one cares about philosophy as much as they care about that. Is God true or not debate. Like, that shit has been going on forever and ever, and apparently isn't going to end anytime soon. So it gets a lot of views, it gets a lot of engagement, and it's very easy. Like, for me, I'll just be honest with you, the atheist position is so easy to use to debunk theism. Like, theism is very easy to debunk logically in that framework that most Christians, and I'm saying most, I'm generalizing here, right?
Yeah.
Most Christians have a certain idea that just makes no sense. And they engage in that, and they just do. And so anybody who can observe that, they're going to have a lot of success pointing that out and making them trip up. And you can exploit that and make money off that very easily. And every theist, for some reason, thinks, or every Christian rather, thinks that when they call in, they're going to have the winning argument, and they never do, because they always come with that same tired logic that just doesn't work. First of all, they have no evidence of God. It's because they're approaching the whole topic wrong. It's like,
Oh yeah.
you can't expect to win those kind of arguments approaching it. Oh, I've got scientific evidence that Noah existed and there's an ark and there was a worldwide flood. It's like, no, you don't. It's easy to debunk. Or creationism, or a host of other things. They have a very hard time arguing for God because it's all wrapped up in their theology. And so all they really have to lean on is those old presuppositional apologetics, or Kalam's cosmological argument, or argument from, teleology or whatever, fine tuning, and all that stuff has been dealt with. There's nothing new under the sun with that shit. So it's a very easy way to make money.
Yeah,
And
I was just gonna,
smart. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to add, because you guys were kind of saying about how atheists are about the subject. I mean, the only other group that's worse might be theists. So
Yep.
you talk about like coming at it from their own perspective and not willing to look at it from outside of that. So
You
anyways,
say atheist?
you guys were talking about atheists being that way, and I'm saying, yeah, atheists can be that way, and then theists are even worse about it.
You said
I'm
atheist.
trying to be nice to Cafe because he's a theist.
Well, I'm just saying, it may not be true about you. Just like the things we're saying about atheists are not necessarily true about me, because I'm
Yeah.
an
Well,
atheist.
at
But
the same time, I'm trying to be nice to both y'all too. Not, no, you said atheist. There's a certain argument that could be made that an atheist is not an atheist. Because atheist, like our theological non-cognitivist, is someone that regards the very question of God as completely meaningless, and so they're not really rejecting God in a sense. I would argue, I brought this up to Grok and it argued against me.
sorry, are you saying igtheist with an I?
Yes, is that what you were saying? I thought you
No,
were
no, that's not what I was saying. No,
Okay, never mind.
I was saying you guys had been talking about atheists with an A. You were saying, it can be really hard to get somebody like that to look at things from outside of their assumptions.
Yeah.
Their
What I was saying about Ian is that the moment he stops spinning his pen, he'll be able to realize a certain form of theism. But as long as he twirls his pen in his hand, he's not gonna be able to see it.
Well, I don't know Ian, so I can't comment. But I was just saying that, like, if anything, I think we're all familiar with theists who take that to even more of an extreme, or maybe you can just say it's comparable if you'd like, but in terms of being able to look at things from outside of their own worldview and imagine it being different. And I'm saying whether a person believes in God or doesn't believe in God, which to me includes the atheist with an I, they also don't believe in God. That everybody in both groups is subject to that.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna have to ask.
Some people make the argument, though, some atheists truly believe that there is no God, that the whole concept of God existing is just a big contradiction. And so when they say that, they make logical arguments for it. And someone may turn around and say, oh, they're just being dogmatic. And are they, though? Or are they just really outlining why that's the case, that they pretty much are pretty sure that that's the case. There is no God. And the same thing with the theists. They just really, truly, sincerely believe that, you know, atheism is a non-starter because it assumes that, you know, there is no God. You know, you're operating on a no God platform. So how do you arrive at your conclusions if you are just the product of natural selection or natural processes? Natural processes don't necessarily equal truth. So when you say there's no God, why should I trust you? Because even by your own definition, you are not a truth bearer. You're just a blind process in nature. And so that might be a theist way, but maybe everybody's stalking each other. I don't know.
It's real hard.
Yeah, I don't find a lot of validity in that approach. I've heard that line of argument before, and I think it's just faulty. I think the main assumption is that even though there is a difference between what's true and what's good for biological survival and the passing along of genes, those two are not exactly one and the same. But it's pretty easy to see how often they are the same thing, right? Is that what was beneficial 99% of the time for organisms staying alive was having some kind of realistic, reliable perception of what was going on around outside of them. And so that's why there's that convergence between what's good for our survival and what's true. Now, it doesn't mean we're getting things exactly as they are. We're getting things as we can through our senses. But it's still true.
Scott, I was gonna also point out that I on Reddit there was this big fiasco between Matt and Britt Hartley, if you remember that, where she was trying to salvage the term atheism for secularism or what have you. And I would say to that, I wrote an article on that, and she mentioned a study where 2/3 of atheists could no longer identify with atheism after profound psychedelic experience. And her argument was to say that it's because us secular people don't have the language to deal with if we had I guess claim the term spirituality, then we could have salvaged these 2/3 atheists that no longer identified with atheism. I disagree. I think it's more complex than that. And a good example is Dina Baser out of NYU. She was one of these volunteers that volunteered into the study with the terminally ill cancer patients. So she was stage 4 cancer, and she said at the height of her experience, she maintained that she was an atheist throughout, but she said at the height, there is no other language to reach for but to say that she felt like she was bathed in God's love. And so how do you reconcile her atheism with her vocabulary, right? And
well,
so
I think often enough we point out the shortcomings in our language. And
yes.
And I mean, if anything, as a non-believer, I can identify with that. Often, I kind of find myself using phrases that kind of have, at their roots, religious
connotations,
bases. Yeah, but in our modern society, they really just kind of carry very there's nothing religious about a lot of these things that we say, like
sure.
So,
well, I mean,
yeah.
I was kind of leading towards maybe a more broad point in that, there may be many people like this that don't have, the vocabulary or even the theological, background to even account for anything like that. And so, there is a kind of naivete that's involved, that someone would still, like, they didn't see the sky daddy God, therefore like, I'm still an atheist. I can see that happening, like, because what happened to me, I was an atheist prior to my own mystical experience, but it didn't lead me to, I didn't see so-called sky daddy. I started discerning something more along the lines of like, the one of Neoplatonis, I'm sorry, Plotinus, Neoplatonism, or the Brahman of Hinduism, or the All and Hermeticism, and so forth. Like it led me in a very different direction. I led me towards the perennial philosophy and the absolute. And but I could see that if I didn't have that curiosity, that I probably would have said, hey, I didn't see the sky daddy in my experience, therefore I'm going to announce myself atheist. That didn't happen. I developed a kind of more sophisticated understanding of the divine than the average, anthropomorphic entity, what have you. Yeah, there you go. That's all I was trying to get out.
Well, let me ask you, Joel, and maybe I'll ask both of you guys just see what your answer is. If our beliefs are produced by non-rational, natural processes, and it's just aimed really at survival and procreation, not necessarily ultimate truths, then why trust them at all?
Well, the first thing I want to correct is that you said non-rational, and I think that has to be wrong. When we talk about how we arrive at our beliefs, we're using rationality, whether it's sound rationality or otherwise. And as I said, the reason to suspect that there's that convergence between what was beneficial for us, what was likely to be passed on, and the ability to get, reliable sense perceptions that you can form true beliefs based on the interpretation of, for the reasons that I was saying, because that's what kept things alive in nature. Now, you can find instances where living creatures are, being fooled in one way or another, and often, to their detriment. That it gets in the way of surviving and passing along their genes in those instances. So I think it's pretty clear that there's a convergence there. Again, not to conflate the two, they're not one and the same, but when it comes down to it, what's most beneficial to be able to perceive about the outside world is what's true about the outside world.
Is it, hold on 1 second, one question I have. Is it rational to infer the lion behind the bush that's rustling the bush if you're on the savannah?
It's rational in the sense that if you think the rustling in the bush sounds like a lion, then that's a rational conclusion to arrive at, because you're using reasoning to get there.
Do you think that people are rational when they believe in God?
Again, we need to kind of parse out that, like, rationality includes the sound rationality and the unsound rationality. It's definitely rationality. I don't think people come to any beliefs really without using their rationality.
Okay, so what about the psychological studies that say that really we don't come to our beliefs through rationality, we rationalize our beliefs after the fact?
I would have to take a look at the what the actual findings that they're using to get to that conclusion were. I probably wouldn't want to disagree with people who are experts in their field, but I I tend to be kind of skeptical off the bat when I hear those kinds of things. I think all of us have had the experience of, thinking about something and knowing at the time that we're thinking about it that we don't know, what we're going to figure out about it. And then maybe through the process of some kind of discovery or investigation or even just kind of research, we kind of learn something. And now we believe it, right? Because we, like if I wanted to know some fact about history, right? And I say, well, I don't know what year such and such happened. Let me look it up. Okay, now I'm looking at a reference, and it says it happened in such and such year. Okay, are you telling me that like it's not a I believe this because of that I somehow I already believed it, but looking it up was just some kind of like pretense of rationality? No, I really didn't know until I looked it up, right? So there are definitely things that we decide and then we rationalize. I think sometimes we do it a little bit, we do it as a little bit of a self-soothing way, when we're doing that kind of thing. But sometimes we're aware of it, sometimes maybe not. I don't know.
I agree with you. I think that it's a little bit of both. Like, but I think most belief formation is not purely rational. I think the research would show that we use heuristics and mental shortcuts all the time. Like, we trust certain sources. We go with majority opinion, for example, on things, or judge by emotion or the vividness or whatever. Then there's the emotional motivations, social influence, cognitive bias. I think all of us suffer with that, but I do agree with you, Joel, that it is measurable that we do use rationality, though. I think it's clearly we engage in logical reasoning and, probability estimations, especially in slow thinking. So I agree. We weigh evidence, update beliefs, solve logical problems that we can imagine. So I think there's a lot of rationality involved. I think it's just a little mixed bag of that. It's a mixed bag. But what do you think?
Yeah, you got to separate the good from the bad, as I said. But yeah, go ahead.
Yep, go. What's your answer, Kafi?
I think you've heard me talk on this, and maybe I can refresh your memory. I was saying that, when it comes to morality, for instance, there's like when you consider non-dualism, the collapse of the subject-object dichotomy, morality no longer becomes about some kind of like external law imposed on the self, like, following the 10 Commandments or, whatever law of any scripture that may have you. It becomes more, when you have that collapse, it becomes more a kind of like a spontaneous expression of awakened perception. The illusion of separateness dissolves, and compassion and non-harm arises naturally, just as sight would arise naturally following opening your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the same insight there. And I really think there's something to that. Like Ramana Maharshi, said, when they asked him, like, how should we treat the others? He said, there are no others. That was like the famous response that he gave. And I wish I had a way to articulate that better, because I really think that when it comes to like, an objective morality, or, some kind of like anchor in some kind of divine moral setting, that would be it right there. I maybe I'm not articulate enough to express it, but I think
it's catchy.
Yeah, we kind of get
it is catchy, but I also wish for a better way to articulate it, because I sometimes before, and I kind of like it kind of struck me as problematic, right? Like, if there are no others, then who, you know, who are you directing that outward care towards?
Yeah,
Right?
well, I mean, the way
I mean,
I understand that,
people,
it's like, the golden
these
rule.
people exist, right? And,
Well,
and like a lot of what being good means is to, you know, is in the way that we treat them, as opposed to the way we, you know, we differentiate between others and ourselves, and we kind of, you know, say, hey, sometimes we want to put others first, and that's a meaningful thing. And if you kind of obliterate that distinction, you know, I think you take away a lot of what's important to us about morality.
Maybe, but at the same time, you know, a lot of immorality or sin arises from the perception of duality or differences.
Yeah, disconnection.
Like the whole reason
or
you can get a leg up on someone or rape someone or murder someone or steal from someone is because you necessarily see them separate from yourself. You know, like,
well, I think
the whole notion of sin arises.
I think that what's really going on there is that the person who's acting immorally is putting themselves before others. They're saying, I don't care about that other person. I don't care that
the ego is taking a foothold. Yes,
because it's somebody else, and I'm valuing my own well-being before theirs. You know, the reason I'm assaulting that person, or, you know, whatever, is because I'm after what I'm after, and I don't care about them. Right.
Yes.
But that doesn't follow from the division between the self and the others. That okay, someone else, you don't have to care about someone else. That's the whole idea of morality, is that you do need to care about other people besides yourself. You need to care about others.
Agree. But you know, when we talk about non-duality, you know, like you know, there's various factors that come into play. Like when the mystic talks about the dissolution of the boundaries between self and other, you know, it's not just simply that they're talking about, you know, dissolving boundaries. There's also, you know, you could call it the Christian agape that's there. And it's something that I felt in my own, like, psychedelic experiences, where I had no other word but to describe it as agape, like infinite, unconditional love that's at the very heart of existence itself. And when you break down all boundaries, you know, as the mystic does, you can see it. Like, this is what, you know, mystics mean by Brahman, God, you know, so on and so forth. And, you know, like, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. It's indelible. It's etched into your very being. I can never murder you, brother, because I've seen a love so infinite that, man, forget about it, man. You know, I'd rather kill myself before I kill you.
Yeah. Before we go on, I just want.
Okay, but just to be fair, you're distinguishing between you and me, right? You're saying you'd rather kill yourself than me. So I mean,
well,
there you go, valuing the other. There's an important distinction between you and me, right? And you reflect it in your morality when you say that.
Not necessarily. Like, it's just a cumbersome of language and disposition that we have to describe it in such a way. Like, what the mystic is really trying to describe is like complete unity, complete oneness. I mean, you know, the Hindu yogi understands, you know, they call it nama rupa, name and form. In other words, like, whatever it is, it's eternal. They can't, but in order to even speak on it, in order to even express it, it must necessarily be, construed or deduced to the.
Must be relational. But the thing is that Joel's getting at is there's kind of no way around it. If you're going to say everything is non-dual, then everything is identical. Distinction shouldn't appear. There are no patterns or boundaries at all, if that's the case, right?
Yes, and I think
the thing I wanted to add, though, is just to say that non-duality never meant any of those things, but it's a very easy, way to refute it because of your assumption about that. So, what a non-dualist may want to say is that distinctions do exist, but they're just not ultimately separate substances.
Exactly.
So we're sort of like relations within the greater system.
It's like a necessary illusion, if you will, or I don't even want to say it like
Well,
that.
well, the boundary that you're talking about, a boundary, and so that's not a thing in itself. So it's just a way of describing a difference within a continuous field. So,
Yeah.
like, for example, like a coastline exists, but it is just a pattern in ocean-land interaction.
Yes.
It's not really a boundary you can actually say and put in your pocket and walk away with. Like,
or I really love the way Terence McKenna put it. He said, the purpose of the ego is so that when I pick up my food with my spoon, I put the food in my mouth instead of your mouth,
instead of someone else's.
Yeah, instead of someone else's.
Let me just introduce DeFreak. He's been on the stage for a minute, and I didn't want to be rude. So, how you doing, DeFreak?
Hey, Scott. Nice to meet you, panelists. I know Cafe pretty well, and nice to meet you. Was it? Yeah, Joel. So continue, please, because I don't want to interrupt what you guys are cooking right now.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Cafe.
Yeah, So I guess that's what I was trying to get at. You pinpointed very nicely, Scott, that it's just like a kind of like a necessary limitation of language that you have to refer to it in such a way. Like even the Buddha, if he said, "Hey, Gautama," he would probably say, "What?" That shows that the ego is there, but ego death is not something that's permanent. It's not something that's supposed to be like it's now gone. Like it's a realization. It's something. It's an insight you come back to.
Right, like most of your teachers are going to say that separate minds and objects, rather than something divided, it's really just experience structuring and navigating itself. So and it's not so easily to come to. I mean, like Rupert Spira would say, you are not a person who is aware. You are the awareness in which the idea of a person arises.
Yeah.
But that follows with everything else that exists also. So it's just that awareness of it. And that's what brings you to a more empathetic, sort of, and science can tell a story about mirror neurons. Like,
yeah. Or
like you see people in pain. Like, you ever see the guy get kicked in the nuts or something? All of a sudden you're grabbing your shit because it's like, oh, that got hurt. That's mirroring the.
I like the Pierre. I'm gonna botch his name, but Teilhard de Chardin. That the French Jesuit priest.
Yeah.
He said, we're not, human beings. Having like material experience, like we're souls having like a human experience. Like you try to flip it, like like you wear your material body like clothing, like spiritual clothing, and he try to turn it, the idea on its head of like people who are very bought into the illusion of materialism and so forth. Like if you flip that on its head, you get this very exotic spiritual perspective.
Yeah It's really just a shift in the way you look at things, and
yes.
And if you look at things in a particular way, it's going to create a lot of hard problems to conceive of because you're looking at it in a certain way. But I agree with what Joel says, though, 100%, that really, though, the whole import of doing good to others is the fact that they are not you. That's the whole point. Like Jesus said, what good is it if you do good to yourself and your brothers? Go to the stranger and do good. That's when you want to. In other words, he was saying, if you really want to impress God, don't do stuff just for the people that are important to you.
Yeah.
I mean,
it ends up like a
imagine.
Yeah. You
could imagine somebody who is totally self-absorbed and just, acted totally immorally towards other people in the most selfish ways. And you say, well, hey, don't you ever think about other people? And they could answer you, well, there are no others, right?
Yeah.
They could literally say that to you as a justification for the way that they're treating everyone.
Well, isn't that
when
what
they're
Dave was arguing
when we're just
for
kind of
the other day?
stipulating that they're treating people immorally.
That's what Dave was trying to tell me the other day when he was saying about the problem with your non-duality and monism is it really just kind of leads to a very self-absorbed kind of, oh, I am the universe, how special. But, you know, my whole thing about that is, though, identity is the problem. Like, only if identity holds, but then that's dualism because it's you versus the world. But if you lose the identity, then you can lead actually to the opposite. But like I said, it just depends on how you look at things and little subtle differences that make all the difference. But because it makes a lot of sense, it's like the whole idea. Like one of the things that I do as a non-dual practice is called embracing duality. That's actual teaching. Embracing duality is a non-dual teaching. And what that means is that you can sort of get in touch with non-duality by recognizing the other and then doing kind acts, whether they be big or small, manageable things you can do in public for others that you don't know. But the whole basis of that is that they are others. They're not people you know. They're not people that you don't see them as you, it's like you see them as other. So you embrace that concept of duality. But by doing good towards quote unquote others, you're sort of embracing that empathy, that compassion, and seeing the other as yourself in some ways. It can be very complicated, if you look at it a particular way, but it makes sense on another view. Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Hey, Scott, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. How you doing today?
Oh, I've been cleaning the house all day, so.
Well, when you're done, you know where to go.
Yes, but I will never get done. That's the thing.
Oh, shit. Then I guess my house will never get finished.
Hey, Robin.
What's up, Robin?
Hey, DeFree, what are you doing?
Just hanging out.
You got some good company you hanging out with anyway.
Thank you, Robin. Do you have any thoughts about the convo so far, or you've been?
Oh, I just seen you on, and we've got Dave's that's not after a while, but I wanted to jump in and say hey, just to let you know I was out here. Say hi to Skyworks out there, and Big Nick, and who else is out there? World Teacher.
Yeah, I'd like to get Objective Ethics on one day to do a little update interview. Yeah, that'd be cool. I like Objective Ethics.
Yes, yeah, Objective Ethics. Let's see who else there. Blocks out there. I don't see music. Like me and Skyworks and Exy Music, we're usually pretty hard on everybody in the chat out there.
Yeah, and he's got some really good arguments for objective morality and stuff. I've got different ones that work for me if I was going to promote something like an objective morality type of thing. But I think
who, Objective Ethics?
Yeah, Objective Ethics. You know how he's always arguing for that?
Yeah. Him and Nobody on Fire, who also has a system. I don't know if you've met him or not.
Oh, I haven't.
Nobody on Fire and OE are going to be like teamed up to debate together, like against for that. They both have a system. I think they have a slightly different system. And I won't even pretend to go into it. There's like a few atheists that have those kind of views. Like T-Jump also has like a objective. I'm supposed like that's what he claims. I don't know. I haven't really been convinced by any of them yet. Like I think
it's hard, isn't it? It's real hard to kind of get, isn't it? Because
I think they're all subjective. Like like the atheists and the theists. So I just think that most of them just come down, as Travis or Pangburn says, they come down to our sentiments.
Yeah. And, as long as you look at your experience as a subjective thing, then it's really going to be hard to argue objectivity outside of your subjective experience. And if it's not outside of your experience, then it's subjective by nature. But then you could then argue that everything in your experience is subjective.
Well,
Which
I mean, I
the only
think
thing you could really do is you could appeal to inner subjectivity, like, you know, like
Yeah.
like say the theory of evolution.
like most
That's
of our experiences.
that's not a subjective idea. That's more like a scientific fact.
theory.
And,
Scientific
you
theory.
know, yeah, theory. And so it's like intersubjective. It's like other minds have shared, and we've all sort of converged on interpreting the evidence this way or that way. And it all
Yeah.
makes sense, and it accounts for the observations we can all share in. Whereas something like morals seem to diverge across cultures and people and stuff like that. You know, it's like, you know, some people think homosexuality is immoral and some people don't. You know.
Oh, is Cafe in here? Cafe left, I guess.
Cafe.
No, I'm still here. I'm about to head out though.
You was getting ready to head out. Okay, I can't see the screen.
But I wish I you know had an opportunity to talk to you more, Robin. Maybe another time. Maybe later on Gretchen's stream or something.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Rest of you, you know I love you, brother Scott. Man, you know it's always fucking cool. The freak, man, you know we're always badass. Joel, I really love what you brought to the table, man. Appreciate it, man.
Good talking to you today.
Yeah.
We'll see you next time. Man. Yeah. But hold on, I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. Pardon me. You guys, please carry on.
Oh, a drink.
I was just gonna say, I remember hearing Cafe call in to the Atheist Experience channel like years and years and years ago. So, you know, I thought it was pretty cool when I first ran into him here.
Was Matt there when he called in?
Probably, yeah, probably.
Because I doubt that Matt dealt with Cafe's religious ideals very well.
No, that was one of the things that made it memorable.
So you said Nobody on Fire and Objective Ethics are having a debate.
Yeah, and I can't remember where the debate is, but they're going to be like partners. It's a 2v2 debate. I think it's on Sarah's channel. I'm sorry, it's on Sarah's channel.
Okay, so
I'm not sure.
So they're not debating each other. They're going to be debating two other whatever.
Yeah, they're debating.
Yeah.
Like they're two.
Yeah, that should be good.
That's a pretty strong team right there. Really.
Yeah, pretty strong. Like you know, no nonsense. You know.
Nobody on Fire's got all that logic stuff just pinned down. You know what I mean? Like, and if they start trying to filbro him, he knows kind of how to get around all that crap and bust all that up.
Yeah. I think so far the only kryptonite I've seen for Nobody on Fire is Grace and Ben Thorpe.
That's just because they're just really hard to deal with, I think. Not that they're better. I don't think that neither one of them, like, I think Nobody on Fire is like in a different league of logic than what any of the people that we pretty much are around know. Like,
yeah.
But
I mean, he's looking for the truth, and Ben is, you know, looking for clicks, basically. But you know, that's what they do. So, like, you know, that's what they do.
Yeah. They're kind of, I don't know. They kind of creep me out a little bit, but but like Menard creeps me out too, though. So.
Yeah, Bernard is a wild man. I don't know if he's calmed down yet or not.
He was on Tacos last night, so.
Oh wow, I missed that part.
Yeah, I hadn't seen you around there. I hadn't seen you around Tacos or Gretchen's much.
Well, I won't be going over to Gretchen's anymore, so.
No.
But yeah, I was over at Tacos here and there.
But you ain't banned over there. You know that, right? You're not banned over there.
No, I'm banned over there.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So it's, you know, whatever.
I don't know, maybe you are. I thought I asked and they said you weren't. So I don't know. Maybe but you get in trouble like every other day. So I never know what's going on.
Why do you usually get in trouble?
So, yeah, always getting in trouble over there or wherever. So,
what happens?
Well, it's, you know, I don't know. It's just, it's the ego thing for everybody, I guess, you know, but, you know, first of all, I don't like getting mooted at a chat for no reason. And that usually triggers me pretty good. So
I have no idea what the chat is saying. The truth floating around, setting people free.
Oh yeah, he's saying that you get banned when you tell the truth.
Yeah, that's probably true, depending on the channel, you know. But there's just like way too many thin-skinned, emotional, rash decision mods out there right now. So it's probably just a cycle. They'll cycle out after a while.
I don't know what X Music. What are you talking about? What is atheist orthodoxy?
Yeah, that might be some of the atheists that have like certain followers, like they follow certain figures, like religious figures. You know how they tease about Matt being the king of the atheist or Richard Dawkins being the godfather of atheism. You know, apparently there are people that converge and make groups around figures, public figures, and atheist speakers.
I don't like most atheists I know don't even like Richard Dawkins very much at all, actually, especially since he turned out to be like a transphobe.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is that what they'll tell you is that the people that turn on particular atheists is usually going to be for reasons other than atheism. Like it'll be like the other things that get entailed in on atheism. Like, I'll be honest with you, I used to call it just a feeling I'm getting, but then it got very clear that within certain groups, if I start talking about non-dualism or something like that, I'm no longer welcome or invited, and I get a lot of heat. I'm no longer a good person in their view. Now, it has nothing to do with atheism, because I've always thought of atheism as just, you know, an answer to one question. You know, that has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. And then people, you know, they kind of feel like, well, if you're not in with the right, if you're not being politically correct, let's put it that way.
I don't I don't have that hatred of Richard Dawkins. He did a lot of good work for evolution and like teaching evolution and stuff. I do think he's wrong about the science on trans people. I don't know if he's old and had that stroke and he can't think anymore about what he's doing, or he just I don't know what he's like. He's stuck in his dogma about it. That
he's so dogmatic. Like he says he doesn't believe certain people can have certain pronouns. He rejects all of that.
Well, he said sex is binary, and like that is not what that doesn't agree with anything that like evolutionary biology teaches nowadays. Like maybe back when he was like, you know, doing work, it was what I don't think so though. I think it's like bimodal distribution. It's binary.
But then why does he ascribe a gender to his computer? He ascribes a gender to his favorite chat girlfriend he calls Claudia and calls it a she. So is it biologically female?
Yeah, cars, boats and cars and yeah.
It's all inconsistent. It's all rather confusing to me. I don't know.
Lord. All right, I used to agree with X music, but no, I'm not going to today. But that'd be all right. I still love him. But I'm gonna get ready to go over to Dave's, and like after a while, when you get done, you're streaming or whatever, y'all pop in over there. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Definitely. I'll definitely jump on OE tomorrow when he comes on.
Oh yeah, well he's got a stream. He's having a stream tomorrow on what is it? He's with somebody he's interviewing for like deconversion story, and I can't think of who it is.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
I can't remember. You might have to look at it. I'm bad at it.
Do you know a guy named I think it's called the something Republic, the Unapologetic Republic or something like that. I don't know if you're familiar with him. I'm trying to get him to come on the show. Yeah,
I don't
he's
think I've
like
heard of him.
This guy. Let me see if I can pull him up. I'm gonna try to get. We've been talking about doing a show together.
What about you and Sophia? Like y'all still good, ain't you?
Oh yeah, we're good. We're all good. The Silent Republic. That's who it is. The Silent Republic. And he talks mainly talks a lot about, I guess, politics, like progressive, liberal type of stuff, and criticizes like MAGA real heavy and shit. And he's an atheist too, but he sort of, I guess, he kind of watched a little bit of my channel or whatever, and he's been trying to embrace more idealism and stuff. He thought it was really good stuff. So he wanted to come on and talk about that. He's not really convinced of it, but he thinks it makes a lot better sense than physicalism, which he was a physicalist really heavy, you know. But anyways, we're supposed to be doing some talks on metaphysics and maybe talk a little bit about, you know, politics a little bit.
Oh, politics is fun. Like OE said, Robin, I want you to like help me with politics because OE doesn't do politics too much. But
I don't either. I'll be quite honest with you. And you know, I don't know if you knew this, Robin, but me and Sophia, no, we did tell you about that. Remember we were saying about we used to have a conservative podcast we used to do, me and her.
Yeah. Oh, really? Sophia was a conservative?
Oh, yeah.
Big time. Wow.
Yeah. And, you know, it was so funny because that was one of the things that got me on the outs with some of these atheist groups is they thought that I was indoctrinating this black lady.
Oh my God. Like Sophia.
And they
like
listening
Sophia ain't got a mind of her own. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like and then some people were telling me, no, we know Sophia, she's been into that all along, and I think she's indoctrinated Scott into that conservative stuff.
That would probably be more like it anyway. Sophia. So
it's so
that's
crazy.
So arrogant though, somebody to be like, oh, this poor black woman don't even know how to think without him telling her how to think.
Yeah, it's always a white guy trying to find you a token black female so that you can promote that bullshit of yours. It really was just it was like, man, believe me, that channel did not last too long. We started getting threats and all kinds of shit, but I just kind of deconstructed out of that conservative stuff pretty quick. Like, it's never really been my forte anyways, politics. And then I decided, well, Sophia's into this conservative stuff. Maybe we can do a channel because she had been talking to me about a whole lot of stuff. And then we did the channel. So it was more like I was kind of middle of the road, but leaning towards conservatism on certain things. But it just got to the point where none of that shit made any sense. And I just kind of quit. And then that was the first time me and Sophia had problems because she was like, why did you just quit the channel, man? You just quit. It's like I just couldn't do it anymore. I figured out conservatism just not for me. It just doesn't work for some reason.
Yeah, you'll be broke. It'll work you right into your broke, is what it'll do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Especially when Trump came along and all that bullshit. It's like, fuck.
Look, we're gonna make you freak mad here in a minute. He'll be calling you a communist here pretty soon. Everybody's either MAGA or communist. he thinks there's only two. He thinks there's only two positions: MAGA and communism.
Yeah.
Ain't that right, to freak?
Keep it simple.
Yeah, man.
You're so silly. Hey, Joel. I'm sorry I didn't even let you talk or nothing.
Hey, Robin. I actually did say hey when you came in. I think it just.
You're very low.
Oh, that's probably my fault.
I got a new headset. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a whole lot better.
Hey, yeah, sorry about that. Hey, what's up? What's up?
No, pretty good. I'm just been cleaning the house all day. You know, I just saw Scott on. I thought I'd jump on and say hey.
Same thing. I'm like walking around doing chores, mostly muted.
My daughter went to Michigan for 3 days. So, like, I have 4 cats, and she left me her dog, which does not like my 4 cats. So, like, I've had to, like, put my cats in one part of the house and the dog in the other part of the house. That's what I've been doing, is just trying to keep fights from breaking out. That's what I've been doing.
Man, last week
with my kids.
Yeah, you gotta be the tournament referee.
My kids are grown now, so I got one that lives behind me in my little house back there. She's 20, and the other one's 34. So
yeah, I got 2 little kitty cats. You know,
I got
4
many? Cats. 4.
Oh, wow.
3 of them hurt. She left me a snake, a bearded dragon, a leopard gecko, and 3 cats when she went to college.
Wow.
I thought I was the biggest crazy cat lady.
Nope, that's me. I've got 4.
Well, my cat surprised the shit out of me. So I had this little boy. I have this little boy cat. He's real sweet. Came up in my lap, meowing, rubbing his little head on me and all of that. Wanted to go outside, and there's a window. He usually wants me to open the window and let him out. So I'm like, oh, what a sweet little kitty. He wants to go outside. And I open the window, and he jumps out and just murders this squirrel right in front of my eyes.
Oh, God.
I'm like, oh, my geez. I tried to stop it. I wasn't fast enough. And
I don't let mine outside. But, like, I'll tell you, you can buy a collar that has a bell on it, and it'll save all of your, like, animals, your birds and your squirrels and stuff. Like, just get them a collar that's got that little bell on it. It gives them away. They can't sneak up on shit.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, but mine don't go outside because I live right, like, on the main strip in town. And, like, I'm very close to a main road right here. They'd be hit by a car, and I would just lose my mind.
Oh, man.
I make them stay in the house. Plus, I don't want them getting fleas and stuff out there. So.
That's right. Them fleas are horrible. You know, and I'm always fighting fleas, so I gotta put flea powder on the carpet and floor and all over the place.
See, we do them little things where you put like just a little daub of it, like behind their, like right behind on their neck, like right there between like their shoulder blades.
Oh, really?
They can't lick it off. Yeah,
right.
It's pretty expensive.
What is it like? What is it? A drop or something?
Yeah, it comes in a little plastic, this little thing. You just twist the little cap of it off, and then like you squeeze that stuff out right in between their front shoulder blades, and they can't.
Where do you get it?
We get ours. Tara orders ours from like off of from Chewy, I think. She orders a lot of stuff from Chewy.
Chewy. Okay, I'm gonna get some of that.
Yeah, like it's supposed to, we do it once a month. We do them all of them once a month. They got
like Chewbacca.
At the vet, they've got 1 that lasts 3 months, but the ones that we buy from Chewy, I think, are just a month. So, and they can't. You have to put it right there between those two because they can't lick right there. So you have to, because they'll try to lick it off. They don't like it too much, actually, when we do it. X Music said they just got their youngest through college. Mine's got 2 more years, X Music, 2 more years. My oldest one, she's a chemistry and a biology teacher. That's what she teaches in 2 things in high school.
Hey, Robin, there was this like big stories last week or a couple weeks ago about like these ticks or whatever, the Texas, whatever, Lone Star tick or something. Have you seen any of that there?
What they do? They got.
Well, apparently if they get you, they can basically make you allergic to like red meat so that you don't.
Oh yeah. Well, they're here. They're already. My mom. It's called alpha gal. And like my mom can't eat pork or it infected a whole lot of people here in Kentucky. Like it's called alpha gal, and you can't like anything that like nurses its young. You can't eat the meat of that anymore. So like you can eat like birds and fish. That's it. Like chicken, turkey, any kind of fish, but like pork or anything that nurses its young. You become allergic to it. Like sometimes you're more allergic to the beef than you are to pork. Mom has to be tested like every month for it. But
wow,
it's awful because it make you deathly sick. I'm glad ticks don't bite me. I haven't found a tick on me in like 25 years.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
Like ticks are like, stay away from her. Because we used to have those little old deer ticks at like around there, and my friend, she would go outside and she would just be covered in them things, and I would have to sit and pick them off of her, like in her hair and stuff.
Oh no.
And I would have none on me. None. Like they just don't bite her. You will die. That's what they like.
Yeah, no, that's pretty scary stuff. Like, because like
it's called alpha gal.
Bill Gates, whatever. I mean, you hear all the different stuff. Who knows what's true? But you hear that, and it's like, I don't know. It's just that's the biological stuff is what freaks me out. Like in terms of like warfare or like population control or social control. Like that's what scares me.
That alpha gal, like it ain't no fun. Like I would just freak out without my pork.
Yeah, pork ribs, heck yeah.
Like
bacon,
I like every part of the pig except the pickled pig feet. So that's what I'm not going to eat. The rest of it, I like pork. So
yeah, I think I'm right there with you. I don't like the feet either.
No. Have you ever seen pickled pig's feet though? Because like here in Kentucky, some places used to have them things. I don't know if they still do that, but like like pickled bologna jars, instead of pickled bologna in it had like pickled pig's feet.
I think I have.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen those before.
Yeah, I never really went for it though.
No, me neither. No. But I'm assuming that people did, or they wouldn't have continued to bottle them up like that.
So, do they like when you watch the news, like the local news? Do they tell you like, do they have a tick report or like infestation or pestilent like report?
I don't watch the local news, but like this has been going on. My mom's had this for like 3 or 4 years, and
wow.
And I've got an aunt that had it for like 2 years before her. And then I know a woman who used to order emu meat, and because she had it, like one of my ex-bosses, his wife, like ordered emu meat.
Yeah, like those are ostriches or something, right?
Yeah, sort of like those things that kicked Australia's butt twice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they're birds, so something about they can like make the meat sort of taste like, to where it's kind of like beef or something.
Steaky.
Like
yeah. Huh. Yeah, that's Well, I'm out in the desert, so there's not really a whole lot of, large population of like huge swarms of bugs or anything. But I just get freaked out at like when it says that you're allergic to red meat now, then it's like, no steak, no prime rib, no like, pork, like you said. It's like, well, what does that mean exactly? Like if you're allergic to it, you like literally like break out and swell
Yes.
up and like,
Yes.
like can't
Yes.
breathe because you're like throat, the whole thing, huh?
Yeah, you're usually more allergic to one than you are the other, and like sometimes you can eat like if you're more allergic to pork than beef, then you can eat a small amount of beef like during the month and still be okay. But like but like when you first get it, I don't think you can eat either one of them. Like, but like mom goes and gets, and like sometimes her beef levels are higher than her pork levels. So whichever one's the lowest, she can have a few pieces of that kind of meat that month, and then she stays away from the other. But like, yeah, I had a friend that's been hospitalized over it, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. And I hate I hate sharing this, but it's so weird because I have had like 3 of my cousins have went and done this, and it makes no sense to me, but they got acupuncture, and they claim that cleared up their alpha gal. I have no idea how that worked or why that worked, or you know what I mean. But like they are my first cousins, and all 3 of them claim that they can eat meat now after having acupuncture done. So
that's interesting.
Same doctor. Medical advice, but like I'm just like but that's so weird. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Is it the same doctor, the same practitioner, or whatever?
No, I mean no. I don't really say go to the same doctor, but like one of them went and got the acupuncture. Like I've heard there's 3 of them now of my cousins that claim that they can eat meat now that they had that done, and I have no idea how in the world that would even have anything to do with that. So.
Yeah.
But I gotta go, Scott. Dave's getting ready to start here in a few minutes. It's good to see y'all.
Catch you later.
Good to see you, Robin. Have
Bye,
a good
y'all.
day.
Y'all have a good one.
So, Joel, were you the gentleman that was presenting the information? I think it was about a week ago. About the different like philosophy and stuff, or is that someone else?
What was it that was presented?
Like all the different like philosophies about a bunch of stuff, actually.
Yeah, we were trying to get.
Was that him or?
Nell, or you refer, because we had Nell on earlier and then Cafe.
Oh, okay. It may have been them. Anyway, never mind.
We do spend a lot of time discussing ontology around here, but I'm kind of, I don't really take much of a position on it. I like to kind of critique ideas, discuss ideas, but I don't think I would have been the one that you heard doing a presentation.
Joel is a quietist.
A quietist.
Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah.
No, I mean quietist, like the philosophical position of being a quietist. Mainly,
you got
someone who mainly engages in the critiques of different views, but never engaging any particular view. Just mainly interested in critiquing views or finding, problems or strong points on any view.
Well, certainly when it comes to ontology, that's my feeling is because I'm agnostic about accepting any conclusion about it. So I'm more interested in just kind of giving the reasons why I don't accept the various reasons. Mm-hmm. But there are a lot of other philosophical positions that I take on various things.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds practical. Is that what a pragmatist or whatever? Or? Probably not. But
well, when it comes to what, but like beliefs and or morality.
Just being, practical, get healthy dose of skepticism, a healthy dose of truth seeking, and a lot of not diving headfirst into something, probably something like that.
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to accept things. I want to have good reasons before I do that. That's probably a response to having had beliefs that I was all in on at a young age, and then kind of had to be like, wait, why? Why do I believe this? And I didn't change my position. And so I think once you go through that, you're a little more cautious about what you accept and what you don't. You kind of set some
Let me ask you
standards.
this, Joel. Let me ask you this, though. Something I'm kind of never ever get to ask you. I always forget it. It just hit me when you said what you just said. So now I finally remember it. So, like, I really like the way, first of all, let me just say, I like the way that you find critiques of any view, like idealism, physicalism, whatever it is, right? Theism. You're good at, asking questions that challenge. So,
Thank you.
are you whittling down the arguments that seem to stubbornly persist, or do all of them for you stubbornly persist? Like for me, like when it comes to critiquing, like say idealism, right? All my questions, I've whittled them down to a few that still stubbornly persist. But are you whittling them down, or are you just saying they all, no matter what the answers are that you've heard thus far, have they really done nothing to relieve those questions or anything? Like today, like you were asking about non-dualism and the non-dualism, making sense of dualism or dualistic appearances, like say feeding the hungry, feeding the poor, the value of it all. How can you embrace that and still be a non-dualist? And you asked that really good question. Has any of the answers sort of remove that question, or is it just still there?
Well, sorry, the question being that the question of ontology of what the ontology of.
Yeah, like you've asked over the months that we've known each other a lot of questions from day one. Has any of, and now I've observed you ask like different sets of questions. Like you're not just going and repeating the same question, right? You're kind of like going into different questions, which is cool. But I'm just wondering, does that mean that those questions were answered sufficiently for you? Or have you whittled it down to these new questions? Or are even those old questions, they're just still not answered?
Well, I think we do sometimes return back to the same subjects repeatedly. And then, other times I'm sure we kind of look for new ground just for the sake of not being repetitive.
Oh, I see.
Sure. Sometimes when I ask a question, I feel like I get a good answer. I also know a lot of times when I ask a question, I get an answer and I say, well, no, I don't. That's not satisfying to me. And so, when that happens, it doesn't really move you much. I definitely still feel that I'm in the same position I was early on when we first started discussing these things about just kind of feeling like I don't see a path to a reasonable belief about the ontological foundation of reality. I think even when it comes to, saying, it's one thing to say that there's a material or physical ontological, fundamental substance. But just the idea that, like, if you were looking at it, how would you even know that it was, right? Like we know, that pretty much everything around us is made of chemical structures made of atoms, made of subatomic particles, and more recently discovered made of quantum particles, I guess. But it's kind of like, well, is that the fundamental level, or is there something beyond that? Well, right now we don't know. We haven't really been looking that long. But it's like, if we looked for a long, long time and we never found anything more fundamental, would we be able to say, well, then the quantum level must be the fundamental level? Or would we say, we just don't know? And I think we have to say we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think no matter how long you look, you just have to say, I haven't seen anything. No matter how long I looked, I didn't find any evidence that it was the case. And then you have to realize that that's not evidence, that the opposite is true. And so I try to be really careful about those kinds of things. And so, for a lot of people, they see walking that line as some kind of, I don't know what, tiptoeing or tap dancing or something. It like infuriates some people, apparently. But to me, it's just trying to be in line with good reasoning when it comes to these things. I think a lot of the things we believe, we just have no choice but to believe what we think is true for whatever reasons we have to think it's the case, right? But I think also we can be in the position where we just can't believe something because we don't see those good reasons. We don't feel like we have those good reasons. So.
And sometimes it's a matter of a person's character, the way that they're sort of psychologically structured. Like there's this thing called like intellectual hunger, which is in some sense maybe even an irrational sort of thing. It's basically this impulsive desire to explore and make sense of concepts. And it's a drive that makes someone constantly ask why, long after people are satisfied with the answer of that. That's just how it is, right? And they keep going deeper and deeper. It's like a hunger intellectually for that person. So it kind of compels people to seek knowledge, not for any practical benefit, but just because they feel this internal impulse to find the answer to unresolved questions, maybe uncover clues or patterns about it, or always trying to put stuff together. It's just a constant nagging craving, if you will. And it hits a lot of people. It doesn't hit everybody. I don't know what the stats on that would be, but it seeks to just constantly ask. And so they're never satisfied to just say, I don't know, therefore, I don't care. Or maybe it's not that important to me because I don't think there's really a answer at the end of the day. But there's people that want to keep the question open because it satisfies that impulse to do that thing, to do that whole, exploration cognitively. It's really a weird thing. That might be part of it. With me, like someone like me, I find myself doing that a lot. Just observe. It doesn't mean you're smart or dumb or anything. It's just how some people are,
Well,
I can admit
it's
that.
It's very important, like you say, that drive to try to find answers, places, wherever we can find them. And I think even when it comes to things like this, sometimes I say, like, I don't think the answer is very important. I don't think it's going to have a lot of practical value for our lives. But a lot of times we don't know that until we find out the answer. And then when we know, then we find, oh, there is practical value to this, So it could be, and I'm all for people, searching and discovering and trying to find answers. I just think that the position that you do that from is the position of I don't know. You have to be saying I don't know in order to be looking for the answer. Because once you say that's when you have the answer. That's when you're not
You're
looking
done.
for the answer
At that
anymore.
point, you're done.
Yeah. So
that's when you're just starting over again.
Getting comfortable saying I don't know is not the same thing as getting comfortable just living in ignorance of things that we could know and discover. things that we could learn. So yeah, but yeah, getting comfortable saying I don't know, but I'm interested in the answer. I'm looking for the answer.
That's the whole
That's the place you want to be.
ingredient. You have to have that condition present before you even take interest, because if you know the answer, like if people know that the sky is blue and that the moon comes out at night, there's not going to be a whole lot of discussion about that. No one's really going to want to talk about that because it's just common knowledge. Everybody knows it. It's very well known. It's always the stuff we don't know that we like to start talking about it. And some people approach it, like you said, they start from the position of, hey, I've got the answer to this question. Check this out. And then they go and tell you their theory. It's like, that's kind of dumb to me. I would rather say something like, I don't know, but here's possibly how it can work. Or this way seems to explain some things better than this explanation over here. And so you can play that game. And that may be, that for me, that's a little more interesting. But to say I know, I never want to commit to that ever, because I want a virtue signal for being open to learn. Because if you know everything, you can't learn shit. You've got to start from a position of need. There's a need for delving into some philosophical ontology. It's because you really don't know and you're trying to figure it out. And sometimes a method you can use for figuring stuff out is you can look for other people, like maybe, just maybe, I don't know it all. And so maybe the best way to pull out of people their ideas that are maybe smarter than yours is to challenge them. Then they'll start using their noodle to refute you, because it's like, now it's a game. It's kind of like chess, and this is why I kind of like debates a little bit, because because my ego is out of it. Like, I like debates I like to act like, I'm trying to prove a point or whatever. What I'm really trying to do is get you to teach me something I don't know already. And so I have to get you to stop making the same argument. I've already heard that argument, and this is the reason why it doesn't make sense to me. So maybe you can come up with another way to make an argument that would make sense. And I guess that's what I'm in it for, just to try to pull teeth, get out of you something that can make a difference here. Because
yeah, and that's a good exercise.
You can tell me you can keep repeating the Kalam cosmological argument to me all day long, right? I'm just not impressed. I'm not going to believe in God now because you've repeated it for the 15th time. I already know the argument and I already know the answer, right? So come with another one. If you've got another, maybe that's what I'm pulling for, is that creative thing.
Yeah.
If I could, I just want to agree with basically everything that you're saying. And, some of that is what I would say is innate, that God put into us to seek and to be curious about those things, that to seek, ultimately to seek and find Him. Some of it is anxiety. Like, I used to suffer from that all the time. Like, I would stay up, like, I'd be so tired, but then I'd go to lay down and I'd be rolling in my bed for 2 hours trying to figure out why the world, why the universe exists, just like, trying to, form all kinds of different reasoning and whatever. So that is definitely real. And I think that God has actually put that in mankind to drive Him and to try to basically ultimately try to seek and find Him. But the answer is, I think the highest level the flesh can come to in terms of the meaning of everything, the answer is still love, because you're looking at a positive and a negative charge that are just basically circling around, chasing each other, and that would be the particle, plane of love, the positive and the negative charge, running after each other. And that's I don't think the flesh can actually conceive of anything higher than that. At least I wasn't able to.
Yeah. I've kind of come to that conclusion as well for different reasons, probably. But for one thing, I would just think that the word love is kind of a vague word. But and the reason I say it's vague is because it has different meanings for different contexts. So like there's a emotional kind of love, like a romantic love, sexually charged kind of love, or maybe there's like love for your children, familial kind of love, friendship. There's like a platonic love. But I think that the root of it all is a very basic, generic kind of love, which is really just a sense of coherency, like a togetherness, like a unity, unifying, complementary sort of thing. When things are deeply unified and complementary, that's sort of like love in a sense, and it gets expressed through, if you're a human being, for example, or you're an animal, you love your baby kittens or puppies or whatever, so you want to protect their survival and stuff like that. And that's kind of how it's expressed, a little bit exaggerated just from that basic unity. But ultimately, I come down to that. It seems like reality is just one thing. It's our concepts that make the dualisms, the dichotomies and stuff. We're the ones that carve up reality in little, containers and, stuff like that. Reality really doesn't care. Reality is just one big energy, right? And we're just our minds and in the way we interface with it is why we have this relation with reality. Like it's a relation. Everything depends on how you relate to it. But it all sort of devolves. It dissolves into one thing. In my opinion, a non-dual sort of situation. And you can get there with physicalism. There's physicalists, there are monists, there are idealist monists, all sorts of things, neutral monists, whatever. But the one thing they have in common is this oneness. And I think that's what I'm describing as love too.
That's interesting. I like the way, the way you put your ideas and express them is really clear. So I appreciate that. One of the reasons why I wanted to, come up and introduce myself, like, I'm a born again Christian. I became a believer when I was about 36 or so. And so I really don't know how I identify philosophically. And I know that there's different labels for different, different parts of philosophy, but I don't even know I don't even know how to figure out what I am in terms of, philosophy. I'm drawing a blank right now, of course, like the different kinds, but I just know that I don't know what I am philosophically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's ontology, and no one really knows if I think if we're being honest here, like I do a lot of jaw yapping about idealism and stuff, and I do that just to kind of put it out there and have a platform for something that I can argue for, I think better than something else. But at the end of the day, and I always tell Joel and everybody this, I don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to ontology. I just know I just know the difference between a good argument and a bad argument. I think I do. And if I don't, hopefully somebody will challenge me and refute me on that. But all of that's just an intellectual exercise, In reality is much more broad than just some intellectual description, right? Or framework or something like that. Like those are very limited by definition. I've already said this is my boundary condition and this is the thing that explains everything within the framework. But does that really prove the framework? Hell no. That's the agnostic part, And but with Christianity, I guess if you are you said you were a born again Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you a dualistic sort of Christian, I guess, in that case?
No, I would say I'm non-dualist. Like I don't like the duality aspect of theology or philosophy.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So that sort of opens up question. Not that I'm trying to like debate you or anything, nothing like that, but just curious. Because when a lot of evangelical Christians I talk to, born again, they'll say that, you know, God is the creator and he created humans and the planet and the angels and everything like that, that are separate from him. There's evil and there's, you know, there's light and there's darkness, you know, there's these dualities. But there are other schools of interpretation that would make that a very non-dual sort of understanding, like very consistent with Buddhism. Is that sort of where you're going with all that, or have you ever really thought about that?
No, I would say that like there could be like some dual objects or parts of, like, you know, the entirety of God, but ultimately the darkness and the death and the evil is going to be discarded, and everything will be just light. You know, the presence and the spirit of God. There'll be no darkness left in it because it's being purged. So the duality eventually it just becomes, you know, light instead of darkness. So that sense, like, the end is not a dualistic reincarnation type of like cycle all the time type of ending. There is a final destination. But I brought up a list of some of these philosophical you know, ideologies. Like, I don't know if I'm a utilitarian or pragmatic or skeptic or transcendentalist. You know, like, I don't even know what most of these, you know, actually mean. So like, I'm trying to, like, you know, see how I identify in that regard, because my worldview right now is basically is a theistic, you know, born again Christian, red letter Bible, you know, red letter Jesus, New Testament type of worldview. But I also believe that the Quran is true word of God. So like, I'm not your regular, ordinary, pew writing, you know, popcorn Christian at the same time. So like, anyway, there are some like Buddhist Christians that or something like that. But that's kind of, I guess they would label that kind of new age. I'm just like, I don't know. I think I have my own. It's weird, you know. Christianity used to be kind of a rigid box of these different, you know, sects or whatever. But I think it really is kind of like overall being individualized, you know, for whoever is the believer, because we're all individuals, just like our fingerprints are, you know, unique to us. Like our perspective, our relationship, or, you know, understanding of God is very intimate, and it's very unique to everyone.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if you're going towards a more non-dualist view, if you take that to its logical ends, then you would ultimately say that we are all God, and we are simply aspects of the same process of God, you might say, like the system of God. And we're just like a self-relation. So it's almost like, you know, how the same brain can have different alters within it, or different streams of consciousness that sort of compete with each other, that a lot of psychologists talk about. It could be something like that, where it's not really a separate, there's no real distinct separations in the hard sense, but there is a relation. And I know that, you know, it's in philosophy, it's called like the problem of the one and the many. It's like, how can you account for the plurality of objects and events and beings in the universe if everything is ultimately one thing, God? How does, and, you know, some people say the Trinity solves that problem of the one and the many. And they'll say, well, it's a self-relation of three things that encapsulate all of that perfectly. And so the divine aspects and attributes are really one thing. But my thing as a non-dualist, I say, well, why limit it to three? You know, what hard, fast rule constrains God to just three things rather than just a holistic sort of thing? And so if you go that route, which is really just, like I said, it's just the end result of non-dualism, you're going to realize that all there is one thing. If you want to call it God or, you know, consciousness or whatever you want to, you know, bring it down, it would have to be related to consciousness, because God is a mind, right? So if you're a theist, then you're going to go the non-dual route, you know, and which coheres perfectly when, you know, Jesus tells the Pharisees, is it not written that ye are gods? You know, and then were we not made in God's image? You know, and when Jesus tells his followers, I tell you today, when you do it to the least of your brothers, you're doing it to me. So it's like when you see that homeless guy on the corner and you feed him, you're essentially doing something nice for God. So it takes more of a orthopraxy approach rather than orthodoxy approach. Whereas you're just leaning on the written word, now you're leaning on the actual, you know, actions, the behavior, you're embodying Christ through your actions and the way you treat your fellow man, because that's how you're actually sacrificing to God, right? But you're not, it's not really ultimately a sacrifice, you know?
Certainly. You can see it that way. I would say, for like the quote unquote, you know, Trinity, the three are as far as we know, like the pure source that is distinct from everything else. And so, yeah, when you say that, yeah, we're all God, we're all God, and like everything is, you know, part of God, and that's true. But he does also distinguish himself, you know, because he is the most, you know, high, the most pure, the most holy. He's the only one holy, and so like we're all like at a lower level of various levels down to him. But we know that like when he manifests as himself, it's in certain ways, and you know, usually it's either Father, Son, or Holy Spirit. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the same sense that, you know, the president.
I mean, you could say Borg. You could say like Borg Collective, or you could say like, you know, Singularity or Borg Queen or something. You know, there's a hierarchy. There's a certain hierarchy
in everything
to keep the order.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at, is that even in our systems here in this realm, right? You know, you have the CEO of your company, you have your managers you report to. You have to respect all that stuff. If you're in the military, same thing. You have to respect the hierarchies, right? Mm-hmm. That in no way betrays non-duality. It just shows that within the system, there are particular relations within that system. And God as a concept is that standard. You're trying to attain to this standard that's been set before you, which is called the Godhead or God or the Father, however you want to say it. And so you have to respect God in that sort of dualistic sort of framework. But the Christian mystic, like maybe an Meister Eckhart, for example, would say that, yeah, well, true. And, you know, it's not that we are not God. It's just that while we are in this particular relation, we respect it and we understand it, and it gives it all the value and meaning. For example, how much more so it gives meaning when I give to the poor guy down the street, I'm actually giving to the Most High God, right? That dualistic story seems absurd, but then on a non-dual level, it makes so much sense. And then Jesus said pretty much the same thing, right? Doing to others as you'd have them doing to you. all of these sort of non-dual teachings, they just kind of jump off the page at you if you really read it that way. Even though it's working within that context of divisions and dichotomies, that's what gives it so much meaning, you know? Like it wouldn't be, like you said, what good is it? What good is it if you're giving only to those you love and your friends? You know, why not give to the stranger? Why not pray for your enemy? You know, and pray for those who are actually persecuting you. You know, isn't that more meaningful? Isn't that sort of going transcendental with this duality? You're sort of transcending it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the God kind of love, you know, just like when people talk about like war and, you know, the enemy or taking life. Well, you have to consider that, yeah, God also created that person. Like, so we could dehumanize people and lower them to where we can actually, you know, without even, you know, breaking a sweat, take them out and move on to the next one. Like, you know, if you're trained like that. But ultimately, it is another creation. You know, are you going to destroy what God created? You know, that's a lot more of a intense proposition than just, you know, shoot straight and you know, from 1,000 yards away or something. So yeah, you literally are another part of God, another part of His imagination that He created or whatever is when you're feeding the homeless guy, you are doing something to another part of God's creation, right? So yeah.
Yeah, now I guess for someone like me, you know, I usually don't talk about things in terms of gods and religions and Jesus or the Buddha or Brahman or anything like that. Although the way that we're talking about it now, I have no problem with. Like I'm totally cool with that. But usually when I talk to people, I never express ideas using language like that, only because it sort of throws people off. And so that's kind of the other issue is that, you know, we have to know our audience, you know, because a lot of people are already sort of embedded with a dualistic way of thinking. And so when you start talking about concepts like God and Jesus, and they already have a baggage with it, like a dualistic sort of understanding. And so you're never really going to communicate effectively. I think the real important thing is to get the idea over. And I'll tell you how far I've gone with that. Like I talk so much about idealism, but I can easily, and I have been telling people in some cases, depending on the conversation, oh, I'm a physicalist, right? And they're like, oh, okay. So you know that, you know, and I'm like, no, it's just that I define the physical as consciousness, conscious contents. So it sort of takes out the labels that are throwing them off. And then it sort of puts pressure on them to say, well, it can't be consciousness. And then it's like, okay, so what is it then? Well, we don't know. All we know about it is how we perceive it. Like, right. And all perception is where? In your what? Your consciousness. So I'm like right there with you, brother. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's all in the mind. I mean, this is all a mind game, ultimately trying to figure out what the heck is actually going on out here, you know, because they split atoms and there's just a whole nother infinite amount of questions, you know, and observation that reveals itself to us. You know, we thought we were good when we could like trace uranium particles being ejected, you know, and stuff like that. But it seems like there's always going to be something that is going to perplex us. But I think that also drives human creativity, and you know, is ultimately a good thing. I do talk a little bit more like with the language, like spiritually and stuff, because that's how kind of I relate. But you know, I think that because I have that, I can also express things in a philosophical way, but it's not my default setting.
Right. I mean, like for me, I just say that the rational path to idealism would start with experience itself. because that's the only thing we really directly know. And from there, we notice that everything we call physical reality is only ever known through experience. And physics describes the structures, relations, but it doesn't describe the inside, the intrinsic nature. So the question really is, why should we assume matter is more fundamental than experience? Idealism avoids that extra assumption by treating experience as primary, epistemically, and matter as a stable structure within it. It's not a leap away from reason. It's just a reevaluation of what we already have direct access to. And it's very conservative, you know. It's just that a lot of people, what create is people assume that you've made the same assumptions they have. They assume that you've already assumed that, you know, I assume an outside world is real that I have no access to, yet I know about better than my own experience. When
I
really,
think we all do that.
yeah,
We definitely all do that. Like we think that our testimony is a lot like everyone else's, and in a lot of ways it is, but you know, it's definitely not the case all the time, actually most of the time. And we assume a lot, unfortunately.
Of course we do. And you know, from the time we're small children, we have this object permanence where, you know, when something's, you know, when you're a child, you know, if you show a ball and then you put a curtain in front of it, the baby thinks it disappeared. But then later on, as you grow, you start to realize, oh, it's behind the curtain. You know, it's permanently there. You can go back and find it and point to it. So it's something we all learn early on. And so with that object permanence as a core inference rule, then something like idealism isn't really going to make a lot of sense. Because, you know, it's like if I can't see it, then, you know, if I can't see some pattern, there must be something behind it. You know, it can never be just the pattern itself. We've learned that patterns are caused by hidden variables or hidden things behind the scenes. But it's just that when we dig deeper, like if you want to go the science route, we dig deeper, we realize that local realism is false. Like they won a Nobel Prize for that, to where local realism is not really a thing. It's been debunked. It's mainly about entanglements and stuff like that. So locale, location, and realism can't both be simultaneous in principle. You know, not to get too sciencey or whatever, but that's just what they found. And so the only reason I bring that up is it really challenges our intuitions, because a lot of our really sound science is based on our intuition of cause and effect. So you would think, why would they even start to question it when we know that when you drop a ball from this particular height, it's going to fall to the ground every time? And, you know, the thing is located there. We can find it. We can do tests, experiments, predictions. Boom. What else do you need? But what science learns is that you can even dig deeper and realize that at another level, none of that even makes sense that you're talking about. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from, is we're talking about reality. So we're not talking about just what is on the surface level. You know, what is it metaphysically and ontologically all about? So that's why these sort of things, we talk about them so in depth, and they seem so counterintuitive sometimes, you know. Sounds like woo-woo.
Yeah, definitely. Whether you're talking about molecular structure or, you know, atomic or elements, or, you know, atomics makeup, like we want to believe like there's these little itty bitty little balls with electrons floating around them that are making up the hard, you know, matter that we can feel and touch, right? Like we want to know that that's real, but the more that we dig into the physics of it, like the more that you know, that the way we want it isn't the way it is, but we still don't know. So it's like it's hard for our minds to really wrap around it. Like we don't even know exactly how the electricity that are, you know, that's making up the communications in our computers and everything else, like or just power transmission. Like we don't know exactly what the heck is going on. We know like there's waves, that there's flow, and there's like power source and amperage and voltage. But like when it comes down to it, like there's still a an unknown reason as to how it's all working. If you're aware of that, if that makes sense. But like, so it's interesting, I think, for someone like me, is because it is kind of unknown, and it also kind of like it makes you think about what is possible in the particle plane, here and now. Like, I used to be a big like Star Trek, New Generation, like, all those like episodes used to like really inspire me to think and stuff. And like, you can see how the future could end up being that way. And like some of the technology they had, like, teleporters and like replicators, that kind of stuff is just fascinating, because it's almost like, yeah, we broadcast TV news programs or whatever over the airwaves, but you could actually do that with physical matter. I think that's actually a possible thing. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, of course. There's so much to learn, and it really brings up a lot of philosophical ideas, like like we're talking about electricity. I mean, the energy primarily travels in the electromagnetic field, not as electrons racing through any wire. I mean, the common way we imagine it is that electricity are the electrons flowing through the wire, kind of like water through a hose or traffic through the highway or something, right? Mm-hmm. But they don't move through the wire. This movement you're talking about is electric current, but what's really going on is the electrons drift very slow, and yet when you flip the switch, the light comes on almost instantly. Why? It's because that field is doing all the work. And so we think in terms of fields and stuff like that. Even in quantum mechanics, you have this field of potential, like you had mentioned before. In our textbooks, we have like these easy illustrations to kind of try to understand what's going on. So you have like the nucleus, and you've got the pictures of the particles around it floating around. And so you get this idea that they're just little billiard balls of subatomic particles and atoms and stuff, right? But actually they're not. They're really just fields of probability distributions, which is like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, materialist science, way back when that stuff was first proposed, it was rejected because it didn't really fit into the materialist paradigm. What are you talking about, fields and probability? That's not things. They're billiard balls. They're little balls that when you combine them, it creates things. What else do you need? But as it turns out, that's not really what's going on at all. It's just a bunch of probability. And once, an observation happens, which is an interaction of light onto something, when the photon interferes, then it collapses and it turns into what we call, a state change, based on, and you can kind of predict it. Quantum mechanics is really good at, if you understand the math and how it works, the theory, you can sort of predict with a real big accuracy what the spin will be or what the charge is going to be for a particular thing. But, it's not billiard ball. It's not mechanical machines, and it's the same thing with biology. Everything we're learning is just really slowly overturning. Everything is we're just going through the paradigm as we always do, Yeah.
The thing is, though, like we pick something up and we can feel it, and it's solid, and it's like, it's what do you call it? What is it when like a drop of water stays as a drop of water, and it doesn't like just spread out and like
surface
dilute or whatever. It's a I want to say cohesive, but that's not the right word. Basically it's a solid structure that it's there, right? But the thing is, like, even through the walls that were like sitting in our houses or whatever, like there's radio waves just dumping right through those solid walls and even our solid bodies that are all different, like different types and different levels of wavelengths or whatever, that just slice right through it like nothing. Because we know that because you could turn on a radio right now and you would be catching the ball game or whatever, the opera or the news. So it's like, yeah, it's a solid piece of wall, but it's how solid is it? And like these little wave particles that are able to penetrate through. I mean, it's just, that's where for me I get like that's where I start to spin around in my head, like what the heck is going on here? Anyway.
Well,
I think I'm gonna.
That's not even anything.
Yeah,
Wait till you consider, like, if we relied on classical common sense Newtonian physics, we really wouldn't be here, because plants would never came to be. Like the reason plants grow is through a process called photosynthesis. But photosynthesis is almost completely dependent on quantum tunneling, which is the effect of energy transfer through the engine of the plant system. But for each packet of photons that enter into the plant through the sun, when it shines a light and it reaches the earth and all of that good stuff, it has to find the quickest route in order to jump barriers within the plant itself. In the plant, though, for quantum mechanics to work, they always say it has to be isolated. Quantum effects can't really work within the warm, noisy, hot environment of, say, biology, right? But now we know that plants actually exploit quantum tunneling effects. That's how they're able to grow consistently, is through quantum tunneling. And how does that work? I mean, that's like a violation of, or it's a tension on thermodynamics and all kinds of stuff you can talk about. I don't think it really is, but I think that it's just a lot weirder than we imagine. And so now we have this whole field called quantum biology. Like DNA works with quantum tunneling. The olfactory system, the experience of smell, is quantum tunneling. Entanglement with like these English robins that sort of traverse the world looking for, like, they migrate. It's all done through quantum entanglement. And a lot of that stuff is really weird. And so now you've even got theories like orchestrated reduction, objective reduction, where they think consciousness operating within brains is a quantum entanglement thing. So the brain in this view is sort of like a filter, like a biological filter, kind of like a radio. It's picking up on quantum information in order to express, dependent on the kind of brain you're talking about. Like for a bat, quantum is, the consciousness, of course, will be bat consciousness, or, cat consciousness, or dog consciousness, or however the brain works. But consciousness gets expressed through that brain, through these little microtubules, where it gets, processed, these quantum interactions. And it gets all entangled with the space-time geometries. I mean, it gets really deep, But if it turned out to be true, which they've got, more and more evidence, of course, is sort of coming to light to support the idea. So at first, the big rejection to that theory was the fact, again, you can't have quantum effects in warm, wet brains. But they found out you actually can,
Yeah.
So now you can actually do tests where you run some kind of magnet across some part of your brain, and you can trigger your experience. You can have a certain kind of experience that lasts for about an hour by tweaking with your microtubules in your brain in a certain area directly. You can turn the anesthesia on and off by tweaking the microtubules in the brain. So they're learning that there's a quantum effect going on with anesthetics and the microtubules inside the neurons. And so you can actually turn that off where it's not getting quantum information to collapse. And that's why you fall asleep. It turns it off. That's what the anesthesia does. It shuts that, it turns that microtubule off from orchestrating any coherent quantum information through your brain system. So it turns, it kind of disrupts that whole orchestra. Where if you leave it alone, and then you can kind of test it. So they've done little tests to just kind of verify that that's really what's going on. So I think like a month or so ago, they did these experiments with rodents, and they actually were able to figure out how to give them tons of anesthesia, which would normally put them out, tweak the microtubules, and they're not even affected. So it just kind of shows and proves that there is some sort of quantum correlation there. Really exciting, really cool shit, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's wild to think about. Do you think that like when, say, a photocell of a plant like receives, light energy from the sun, or even the electric signals that are within the nervous system in our brain and going through our body, do you think that those processes are actually occurring faster than the speed of light?
Yes, absolutely. That's the whole thing there. It's let me look that up, because I think they specified, like, under classical mechanics how long it would take for that to happen. Let me see if I can find that out.
Because if that's the case, like you were talking about, like those tubules or whatever, so they either have a pre-programmed function where they are able to get kind of a charge, and that charge like illuminates the whole pathway, I guess. So like the end is just waiting for the beginning, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly how it works, because the entanglement is something that's instantaneous. So it just depends, like if the spin is up, then the connected entangled other particle will always be spin down. And if you change it, it will change the other one accordingly, faster than the speed of light, even if that other particle was on the other side of the universe. It would instantly change its state through that measurement. So it's something, well outside the laws of Newtonian physics.
Yeah, pretty well. So, I mean, how cool would teleporters be? Like replicators? That would be awesome. In our society right now, like that'd be great.
Yeah, that brings up like all sorts of questions of identity. It's kind of like if you did a quantum, let's say, teleportation of your whole body, because essentially what happens is they say you're basically just copying all your atoms and subatomic particles, and you're just sort of recreating it on the other side. So you effectively die over here, and then all your atoms and everything like that is sort of reincarnated over there. But it's like, what does that say in terms of does it hold are your memories still going to be there? Are you going to be the same person at all? It brings up those philosophical kind of things.
Definitely, it seems to kind of assume that if you reassemble someone's physical form, right down to the every detail of how their brain and nervous system was, that you would have basically their personality, their memories, their skills, and things that they've learned along the way, right?
Yep, it's really interesting.
Yeah. And you get the organic matter to deal with too. Like you still got to have a structure, right?
Yeah,
and it would have to like build you out of something.
Yeah.
And this of course goes into the question of what do we mean by you and self? Are you that Are you just the composite of all your atoms, like your physical body? Or are you all of your memories and experiences and things like that? Or is it a combination of all that stuff? Or what do we mean by an identity? You know, that goes into that whole problem, you know.
Yeah. I think, you know, obviously we're biological beings, you know, we're born, we're helpless, you know, and we need weaning and lots of learning. And so that can't be done without your physical, without your body, you know, physically being able to form like your conscious and your higher reasoning. So I think that comes first, like, and we're definitely biological, you know, animalistic, like, you know, biological, humanoid, whatever, because like your biological imperative is like the most pressing thing on your mind, whether it be, you know, you have to use the bathroom, you need to eat, you need to drink water, you need, you know, you know, sexual stuff, whatever it is, like, you know, anxiety or, you know, and all those things, like those are usually the most pressing things that are at the forefront of your mind. And then once those are satisfied, all the other stuff can, you know, be ventured into and looked into. And so the idea that, yeah, unless you observe it, you don't, you're not it anyway. I think that's true in a sense that you can elevate your thinking, but I think that ultimately you're still built upon the biological imperative of, you know, of our bodies and cellular respiration, and that's, you know, where it starts.
Yeah, like with the teleportation thought experiment, like in relation to that personal identity, you know, it's really thinking about what makes you remain the same person over time. So like you could imagine that scenario we were just talking about, like say you stepped into like this scanner on Earth, right? Then the machine sort of recorded the complete state of your body and brain down to the atomic level, right? And then your body on Earth is totally destroyed. And then that exact copy of you is created on Mars. It teleports that information to some other machine on Mars that rebuilds you instantly. So the Mars version is going to have all your memories, your personality. You're going to believe you're you. You're going to remember stepping into the machine. The question is, did you survive or did you die and a copy merely survive? Right? So that's kind of the identity problem.
Star Trek about this. And I was also thinking about a movie that came out, you know, probably more than 20 years ago, called The Prestige, about a machine that did a similar thing. They were using it for a magic trick, but it was basically, you know, destroying the person and recreating them every time it was done. Pretty good movie if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
So Sophia asked, I think, to you, the freak, so he believes in emergence. Are you believing in strong emergence or anything like that? Or what do you?
I thought I heard the freak say
I mean, I would say that, yeah, like consciousness, you know, is an emergent thing from, you know, that comes from the structure of the mind, but that doesn't mean that that's its final state. Like, you know, of course, I would believe that after we pass on that, you know, God retains that part of us and we continue on. But ultimately, we are built biologically. And so the mind is emergent from that, our consciousness, you know, from the different parts of the brain that all kind of come together to make us aware, to be able to hear and you know, look and all that other stuff. But the final product of that emergence is actually, in my, you know, my view, is retained.
Yeah, like it'll be sort of immortal.
Well,
You know,
that transcends the body, right?
Yeah.
You're saying, so you don't think that like God makes a soul and sticks it in a person. You think God makes a soul by making a person.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Like we have a soul, like the life force or the energy that drives us, that like is our life force, I guess you could say, and um, that continues on after we physically pass from this place. So like and you could argue like law of conservation to kind of like it's not always easy, but like that would be like one of the main staples or foundations of like, yeah, there has to be something after we pass on, in my opinion. So
so with strong, so what you're kind of describing is something we call strong emergence. It's basically you're saying that the matter that comprises the brain, like from the fundamental particles on up to the brain tissue and all those things, are essentially at the beginning stages, anyways, at the bottom levels, you might say, of the brain. Those pieces of matter are non-experiential, right? Like there's no experience within each neuron or each subatomic particle that makes up the neurons, right? Are you saying that it starts off kind of like a non-experiential grouping, and then when it gets to a certain particular level of complexity or interaction, that's kind of when the consciousness sort of emerges, right?
yeah, I think so. There's I guess you could say it's almost like any kind of like electrical appliance that if you cut the power to it, it's not working. But as long as the power source is on and it's like your brain is aware, like you're conscious, we're who we are, like all the different complexities of our personalities and the awareness and communication and all that stuff, like, but that energy
So you're saying, okay, gotcha. So you're mainly talking about like the mind, like what the brain does, like you said, like identity, memory formation, personality traits, all those emotional traits, all those sort of things emerge.
yeah, like that would be emerging from the physical brain, making up our conscious, but when we physically pass, like that energy is immediately retained by God, and that as our soul, whether we be joined to His spirit or not. But so there's two releases of energy when we pass on. Of course, we have that emergent consciousness that does move on like right away, and then you have, of course, the fleshly body that oxygen, the O2 starts to decay the body, and that goes back to the earth or whatever. So yeah, that's what
So it's
I
almost
don't
like
know what that's called, but that's yeah.
What you're saying is pretty much like a brand new sort of feature has emerged from something totally different from what it was. Like kind of like something that's one way creates something totally different from itself, disconnected from. So in other words, like from what I understand, emergence is like what is the ontological difference between the underlying physical system and the emergent property that is produced by it? So like if consciousness emerges, what is that new thing that we're talking about? Like what exists after emergence that did not exist before it? I think the first thing that you would probably like to say is something like an experience, like the capacity to be aware of an experience, or this awareness sort of generates from all of that matter, right? So the question that, and are you familiar with the hard problem of consciousness?
I think I've heard that, but all these different terms and stuff, I sometimes will forget what they mean.
Okay. So the hard problem of consciousness is was coined by David Chalmers back in the mid 90s, and he was approaching it from a materialist point of view. And he says, so there's some problems on that materialist point of view. So basically you ask the questions, well, how does that emergence occur, right? So you want to ask, the materialist might want to ask, well, what is the mechanism from which non-conscious parts produce this experiential quality? You know, how do we get from third person, non-thinking, non-conscious matter into this first person subjective view of all that? So this is kind of like the most important question. So if neurons are not consciousness individually, then how do billions of unconscious interactions generate that subjective experience, right? That's the question it's trying to ask. And so, you know, you want to ask, well, is emergence as a concept, is it explanatory at all, or is it just kind of descriptive on what's going on? So like when you say like consciousness emerges, are you explaining consciousness, or are you giving it a label to the phenomena? It's often called like emergence as a placeholder. And specifically strong emergence, because I'll let you know that I believe in weak emergence. Most people don't have a problem with weak emergence because you're just getting a different mode from something that they have that you can trace back logically to it, right? Like the fire triangle, you can combine like oxygen, heat, and you know, combustion, and then you have this thing called fire. But there's no fireness inside oxygen. There's no fire inside the combustion, right? But if you put all these things together, you get this new thing called fire. But notice the fire is a physical property that you can actually trace very logically. That's why we know it's the case. We can trace it very and you do it all the time when you strike a match or whatever, right? So, but the difference with something like consciousness coming from the brain, so you cannot trace them back logically. That's why they call it the hard problem, because essentially what you're saying is well, if I just add enough zeros, I'll get a non-zero number. Because it's essentially saying that, because you're saying that matter essentially has zero experience along with it. But somehow, if we just combine enough of this non-experiential stuff together in just the right way, then we're going to have some consciousness. This will go from, you know, 0 plus a million zeros to the number 2 or something. Like, there's no explanation for that. It's like like I said, it's called hand wavy emergence, you know, or strong emergence. So yeah.
I think the way you described it, the second way you described it, were like, I think I'm just like giving it a label. I'm not saying exactly how it does emerge, but I'm like kind of labeling what it is, you know, that
you make it accurate. Yeah. You've got a very rational viewpoint, because it seems to make sense. I mean, you know, the brain is obviously correlated, right?
I just came up with I'm sure someone else has thought of this, but like basically what you have is like an orchestra, and the emergence is the conductor. Like
right. Gotcha. See, that's what I agree with. I can get with that, because you're not developing something new from something totally different. You're just sort of orchestrating what's already there, you know? So that part, I think you're spot on with that. That's why or is sort of gaining ground, because it's saying that, look, we're giving consciousness as a given. It's just that the brain is able to orchestrate all the conscious moments together in a way to unify into one conscious.
There you go. It's almost like the Death Star in Star Wars, or you know how it had like 5 beams and it combined into the one, you know, vectors, and then it shot out the one beam.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that.
Sophia, she's in the live chat. I hope she's still there, but she has a model called the LFM model, and it kind of looks at that. It's kind of like how you can shine like a white light into a prism, and then the prism will show blue light, red light, all these different lights, right? But it's all sort of emerges from that one light. It just has to pass through that prism. And so in her view, I think the brain is kind of like that prism, and then it's using like a frequency in order to, just like or it uses a quantum frequency or whatever, and it gets expressed through the brain. Something similar like that is what it talks about.
Yeah, and we have, I guess you could say, like, non-emergent, but I mean it is, but when we go into our dream state, that's not necessarily a fully conscious, fully awareness, kind of a state, but there are ways, and there is activity in the brain, but at the same time we are able to have experiences that are all over the board. I mean, sometimes they're weird, sometimes they're cool, sometimes they're great, sometimes they're provide insight, all kinds of different modes or dimensions or whatever it is, of the reality that we experience, right? So just that alone, the fact that we can have like that state and our conscious state, that's like the fully conductive, orchestrated, Bach Symphony 5, whatever, whatever Ode to Joy, should tell us that that alone should tell us that our mind is able to be retained, or at least continue on after we pass on from our physical body, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, we're talking about a brain state, like, so
we did a really good thing, because a lot of people, they call them physicalists. They're people that believe that the ontology of reality is ultimately going to be physical stuff. But they don't deny that we all have this thing we roughly talk about, which is consciousness or experience. And so they have the, theories to try to explain or account for something intangible or third person, giving rise to something intangible, like experience, something that's first person. And, they have experiments. So like a few months ago, and I talked about this a while ago, basically they say it's a simulation. Like, well, if all consciousness is just the processing of the brain, if it's just the interaction of so many neurons doing what they do, then that's what consciousness is. And so in principle, it seems like we could probably simulate consciousness on a computer or a robot or something, just do what the brain is doing, and it will generate consciousness the way the brain generates the consciousness. So what they did is they replicated the connectome of a fruit fly, and they put it in a simulation, and sure enough, they got it exactly right. All, so many millions of neurons were produced by this supercomputer. They had the fly, and sure enough, it was doing fly stuff, behaving in fly ways on the simulation. But after testing, it didn't really have any experience. No one really thought after that they were able to produce.
Well, just for the sake of kind of playing devil's advocate here, how do we know that it didn't have any experience?
That's my question.
If it was having an experience, and how would we know?
Yeah. Right.
Like we don't even know that about each other for sure. We have to kind of just assume it.
Thank you. Thank you. See,
if the only reason that we're assuming this thing doesn't is because we're saying, hey, we know it was kind of, made artificially from, I don't know what, silicon, or, whatever, they made it out of.
There's a aspect of incredulity that goes on when you talk about consciousness. And I think that this is I don't know if you saw this interview, but it was Neil deGrasse Tyson and David Chalmers were talking about the hard problem of consciousness. And Neil deGrasse Tyson just, kind of said it. He was like, first you guys said, well, if only we can get the computers to pass the Turing test, then we'll know that we've achieved creating consciousness. Well, we've done that like 100 times over. And now they still say, well, it's got to be more to it than that. So they come up with these other things, and we do all of the things, and somehow we keep moving the goalposts for some reason. And Neil deGrasse Tyson was asking Chalmers, he's like, well, when are you guys going to be satisfied? Because you make these goals, then we achieve the goal, and then you always want to move the goalpost. Like, why is that? And then and then maybe the problem is you don't really know what you're looking for, and because you don't know what you're looking for, you sort of back off and you look for something more to kind of maybe make it make sense. And Chalmers said, yeah, well, the problem is even if we achieve consciousness, we would never know about it because it's private by definition.
Right.
I have some questions on that.
Kind of wall that makes the hard problem so hard is that like there is no way to kind of show consciousness or show what's producing it or making it. If it was emergent, you couldn't use science to show it because you can't even use science to show consciousness.
Right.
So in that simulation, was that done like a computer model simulation or I mean, that was probably a computer model simulation, but with the fruit flies?
Yes, that's what it was.
So when they applied it to the carbon, based life form, the organic matter, that's when it like was the lethargic or whatever. Like it wasn't simulating the way it was supposed to, or how did that like?
Let me look this
where
back
did it
up.
fail?
They just said it did. To be honest, the few article, and you know how they rewrite the same article and it looks the same word in every paper.
Yeah.
And that was kind of unfortunate for me because I was looking for specifics, like how did you rule out that it was conscious? Because I was kind of hoping it would be conscious. That would have kind of sealed the deal for me, so I can get off and go on to other things. But all they did is say it wasn't conscious. No one in the experiment, and it was peer reviewed, and no one thought that it really did anything to show it was conscious. I think that's probably what it amounted to. Is there's nothing showing us that it's conscious other than behavior.
Yeah.
And so behavior doesn't, and they use all the same idealistic talking points. They say, look, if it behaves a certain behavior is not the same thing as what it is, it's not the same thing, like it's just how do we know it's not just mimicking behavior? So they just kind of concluded we don't really have anything here with this.
Well, what's wrong with mimicking behavior? That's humans do that.
You're not adapting to the environment. Like if there's light and it's not drawn to it or something, that's a problem. Like, that would indicate consciousness. Like if it's reacting to stimuli, right? As opposed to just mimicking behavior.
Right. I mean, if that's the case, go ahead.
Yeah. Have you ever seen they show when a sperm and an egg combine and their chromosomes basically conception and you see the light of the light of the DNA structure like light up and stuff like it concepted, and they showed. I think they had, somehow they acquired video of that, right?
Like a chemical reaction. Yeah.
Yeah. Like when the DNA, the Y and the X and whatever, they come together and you have the person conceive their DNA. And we see that it actually lights up. There's like an illumination that happens, charge or whatever it is, like at that point in time. So like that is probably, the illuminated charge that gives a organic matter its consciousness or its own mind and agency. Because I'm thinking if that weren't the case, then we would be overrun with like Chinese soldiers right now because they would be cloning people like mad over there. But They probably have tried, and none of the clones are functional because they didn't have that conception, illumination of the carbonation, if that makes sense.
So it's like, are you referring to the
experience, like you were saying, the experience? They didn't have that.
The
bio what?
The bioelectric field.
Probably, like, you know, without that genetic, merging or whatever, and the illumination of that, there's no higher functioning of a mind in say a human clone, because I'm sure they've tried, and as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure they have. But the thing is, like, the clones aren't functional. They don't function. Like, I think they barely have, like, you know, your lower level, like just breathing and your lower biological functions, and that's what really about it. Like, they're not really all there, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And it's going to get tricky with.
So I mean, you know, what I'm saying is like that conception point ties into your conscious mind of who you are, your agency. Because without that, if you just clone yourself, that clone is not going to have that life force, that spark that is in us.
Right.
Call it whatever you want, right? So I think there's a correlation there. I mean, I could be wrong, but
yes. You know what? You touch on something regarding identity theory, because a lot of people say, well, if you can just mimic down to every single minute detail of a person's mechanism, then you should be able to pretty much clone the entire conscious experience as well.
Yeah.
Well, let me.
Cloning a hard drive, but it's not like that.
How do you test for that? How do you test for consciousness? Number one, like,
well,
other than
there is no test. That's the whole thing. I was just going to say, if you had something that looked like a human, and it also passed the Turing test in the sense that it was convincingly acting like a human, then why would you not assume, like you do for for me and for everyone else that you interact with, that it's having an experience like you are?
personal incredulity.
All right. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that it's an extrapolation that we make based on, we all have this firsthand access to our own experience, and that lets us know that kind of thing is possible in reality. And then we have these other things that seem very much like us, other people, right? And we say, well, seems likely that they're having the same kind of experience I have, but there's no demonstration of that, and as far as I can tell, there couldn't be. I kind of hate to speak, that
dogmatically,
with that much kind of finality about it. Who knows what people will be capable of in the future, but it just kind of seems like, what would you point to,
Yeah. I can't imagine either. It's sort of a conceptual problem. And that's kind of why I say consciousness is one of these special cases, because like anything else, we don't have that kind of problem. We can talk about all kinds of shit that we do in science all the time. But when it comes to this particular thing, consciousness sort of stands in its own sort of category where it's not really testable in that way. All we have to go on is the physical behaviors, and we can extrapolate, but ultimately there's no way to really verify. And that's why I say, just for now, it seems to be a fundamental property. I mean, and a lot of people don't like that, because it's like, well, just give it time. And I'm like, cool, I'm willing to give it time, but just in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and treat it like spin, charge, gravity, length, height. They're just sort of fundamental things that sort of stand on their own, like they don't really need explanations beyond what they are. Like, just explaining something in terms of relabeling it doesn't really do a whole lot. It's kind of like saying, oh, God is the universe. It's like, okay, But that's just identity theory. You're just you're just changing the label. That doesn't really explain anything, right? So for now, I would just say consciousness is just one of those fundamental standalone things that we don't really need an explanation for. It is what it is. It's just, that's what it is. It's an experience, and you know it better than anything else out here that we can talk about, actually, because it's intimately your first person reality, and you know that more.
And I guess
mm-hmm.
like my reflection of that is that, like, because we have such good reason to think that it exists, because we have that firsthand acquaintance with it, we can be satisfied that it does exist. And then when it comes to the question of what's causing it, we don't necessarily need to have the answers for that.
Right.
We can kind of say, you know, it's weird. But I think what I heard you say was that, you know, when you look at an idea that makes it fundamental, you know, then you no longer, you know, need to ask the reason for why it exists. And I guess my reaction is, you know, if you didn't need to know why it exists, if you didn't need a reason, then, you know, the hard problem isn't really a problem for you, because it's
right.
a problem.
That's what I'm saying.
I need to know the reason, right? So if you say, well, okay, I'll just make it fundamental, and then I don't need a reason. Well, okay, you could have just skipped that whole step and just said, I don't need a reason. But that's another one of the I think I said earlier about my problem with, like, seeing and recognizing that something was fundamental. But I also have this issue with just kind of positing things as fundamental. On one hand, you're saying, well, the reason this exists is because it's fundamental. But also, when you say that, you're saying this exists for no reason. There is no reason you can say this exists because, right? You're just saying it just does exist, right? And that's not a reason. That's just kind of repeating it as a fact, you know? So that's why ontological models that say, well, okay, let's start with this. We're going to just posit that this is fundamental. And what we mean is it exists with no cause for no reason.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, well, I thought we were trying to explain shit. And usually we do that in terms of giving reasons for things. So when you start saying that things are fundamental, you don't seem like you're even engaged in it anymore. You're like giving up and throwing your hands in the air and just saying it just does, you know? It's just
no, I know it really is, because that's really what's going on. It's unsatisfying, and it's the reason it's put in the metaphysics category, because if it could be explained, it'd be in the science department or the mathematical department. But consciousness isn't something that can be described mathematically or gotten at through that sort of methodology. So, you know, of physics, like, you know, if you know, again, we have to pick our framework. So most people like to choose science and physics as the framework because it's been so successful with other things, right? So, like in physics, explanations always eventually stop. For example, like I was mentioning before about the charge, like why do electrons have charge? Why does it have spin? Why do quantum fields exist or whatever? At some point, physicists will say, well, these are fundamental features of reality. They're not derived from something deeper, at least in our current theories. They're just sort of stopping points in our knowledge. And so consciousness is sort of treated the same way in certain views. Like the idealists would like to say consciousness may occupy the same role in ontology that something like charge, spin, and fields would occupy in physics. So we just look at how they're similar and what the problems are. The similar problem are identical. You know, it seems that consciousness is a primitive stopping point because we can't get behind it. We can never get behind consciousness. So, and we know it more directly even than fields. So we infer like electrons and quarks and all that stuff, but that's from observation. But consciousness is not inferred, it's immediately present. So consciousness is actually epistemically prior to quantum fields, because quantum fields are known through conscious experience, and we can never test outside of consciousness to get behind it. And so that's why we can kind of say that it seems to be a fundamental thing in the same way, just even more so. Like it's fundamental on steroids, you might say, because we can't even get behind consciousness to investigate it like we can fields and spin and charge and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. I just want to say, like, the reason why I brought up the conception thing and the conscious thing and the dream thing is like, the only thing that we can really do is try to eliminate, process of elimination, like eliminate and kind of like section out what, how it's happening, how it's emerging, and what it means. So if we know that, say, like a human clone is not going to be able to have the same function, higher functions of like, paying attention to its biological narrative, and then being able to like, logically like make sense of the world, and like our conscious like right now, then we've kind of have we kind of know that there's something to the experience, like we were talking about, the experience of being conceived, going through birth, going through adolescence, and everything. Like the whole experience is what's making up your conscious now. And if you just try to teleport that into another copy, well, that copy is not going to retain that. It's not going to be able to recall on that. It's not going to be able to. It doesn't know that. It's gonna start from where it began. It's gonna start from where it was, turned online. Like if it was a data unit, right? Like in Star Trek, like it only knows when it got first turned on. It doesn't really know anything behind that. As far as I know, I mean, maybe they were able to insert memories or whatever for an android, which is different. But it seems like the carbon-based biological life forms, I think it's a whole different process. And so the only thing you can really try to do is just eliminate what you can and try to pinpoint, what the heck is going on, because otherwise it's just it's like Joel was saying, like you throw your hands up and just say, well, it just is what it is, but we want to know more than that, so that we could like somehow like probably eliminate anxiety, be creative, like cause less harm to the environment, and those would all be good things.
Well, this is why I like there's different approaches to trying to get at it. It's not just throwing your hands up, and I like these approaches. One of them, of course, is the or theory, because if they did find out that that's really what's going on, then you've got something that you can principally test for. Like you can, if that's really the case and it's microtubules and that whole collapse is going on that way, quantum mechanically, through little isolated neuronal cells and structures and all that kind of stuff, then you could, in principle, create conscious computers. They'd have to be quantum computers, I'm sure, but you could actually create conscious beings in that case. And the other approach I like is this integrated information theory. And so it sort of tests for how to measure consciousness within integrated systems. So their whole theory is that wherever there's integrated information in a system, then consciousness will be able to exploit that system for expression. So it starts with consciousness as a just a given, like a fundamental. It says consciousness is there. If that's true, then we should be able to make these systems that integrate information, and then we should see consciousness sort of express itself in different ways, because it seems like that's what we see in nature, that consciousness is just expressed in different ways, like on a spectrum of integration. So like, and they kind of test for it too. Like they've even included IIT in some of the practices when it comes to treating coma patients and stuff like that, like trying to find out what measure of consciousness they are at. And I think some things have been successful on that. I'm not sure. I have to look back into that. But the whole idea is if you can understand how integrated systems work, then you can not only create, you know, artificial systems like computers or robots or whatever to be conscious, but you can also treat people with consciousness problems, like with mind problems and stuff like schizophrenia or people that suffer from hallucinations. Maybe the theory there is that what's happening is you're just losing coherence. Like the information is sort of blocked, and so nothing's able to really communicate. The system is not integrated properly. But if we can integrate things to where there's a smooth, clean transaction of information back and forth, then consciousness will be able to sort of arise out of that, right? And so those are things that can get down to what's going on. Of course, it seems like there's a lot of naysayers who say, well, still, that doesn't explain consciousness. That just explains how consciousness is mediated or something. But even that gives you a clue, though, because if you can mediate consciousness, we're still a little closer to understanding what consciousness is, right? But I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it's better than just throwing your hands up, you know?
Anyway, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and step down now because I need to get some food going. But wanted to introduce myself and stuff, and like I've been watching your show for good, I don't know, a few months or whatever, and always just in the chat. So I figured I'd come up and whatever, and you guys always talking about stuff that I like. Like I'm into this stuff, so thanks for having me up.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot for contributing. I appreciate it, and come back on again. Absolutely.
Right. See you later.
Yeah, it was cool
All
talking
right,
to you, the freak. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off here pretty soon myself. He's talking about food. That sounds pretty good right about now.
You getting hungry? All right.
Getting a little bit. Yeah, brother.
Well, I'm gonna hold you up.
Okay.
We'll talk again soon. I know. So I'll get out
Yep, we will. I'm gonna try to jump in on objective ethics tomorrow if they have an open panel, but we'll see.
Oh, tomorrow evening. All right. I'll look for you.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks a lot for joining, and like and subscribe and do the thing. And we will see you guys next time around. Y'all be good.